1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the meeting of the Select Board, regular meeting, for September 30th, 2025. First item on the agenda is moving into executive session. I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to a litigation matter and approving executive session minutes. The litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the town, and the chair so declares, therefore, that an executive session is necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will return after our executive session at approximately, what do you have down?
I've slated it for 6.
6.
Six,
We'll
okay.
see. 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for September 30, 2025. Let's start off with announcements or updates from the Select Board. Michael, I understand you have something.
Yes, I have an announcement from the Brookline Public Health and Human Services Department. Brookline Public Health and Human Services encourages all residents 6 months and older to get vaccinated for the fall respiratory season. The first flu clinic is this Sunday, October 5th, from 9 to noon at Brookline High STEM Commons. Additional clinics will be held on October 16th at the Baker School and October 22nd at Ruffin Ridley, both from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Limited walk-ins and high-dose vaccines are available. Visit brooklinema.gov/flu clinics to schedule or learn more. A homebound flu program is also offered. Sign up through the same page. Please note that COVID-19 vaccine is not available through the town this year, and you should check with your pharmacy or physician.
Thank you. Very important message. Any other updates or comments from the Select? John?
Couple of them. One of them, I apologize for the fact that I don't feel like I'm totally in control of the details here, but I think it's worth letting people know that the Brookline Public Library has an opening in the position of director. And that doesn't happen that often. And good for the library trustees. They are hoping to spread the word about this opening so that people who might not have heard that there's this opening will, and who have, the requisite experience and all of the other attributes of a person, who would be a terrific future leader for the Brookline Public Libraries. I hope people who get the word will figure out for themselves, I'm sure it isn't too difficult, how to go about the process of learning more about the opening and learning more about the process of applying, because the library trustees very much want this to be widely known, and so I'm going to do my part right now and just let everybody know about it. I'm sorry I don't have more specific information, but I'm sure people will figure it out. The other thing that I do have specific information for is a really important upcoming event that is a great social event, but it's also for the most worthy of causes, and that is the Brookline Food Pantry. And they're having their annual party for the pantry. I love that name. And it is going to occur on Saturday, October 25th. But the important deadline to be thinking about is that they really do want people to RSVP by October 15th. So that's, a mere 2 weeks, and a day from now. So I hope people who have supported the food pantry in the past and those who maybe will be supporting the food pantry for the first time will pay attention to the deadline and order their tickets for this coming October 25th party for the pantry.
Great, thank you. Any other updates or announcements? Okay, well, let's move on to public comment. Tiffany, let people know what the rules are and let's proceed.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. The first individual who signed up in advance is Carol Spitzer.
Hi. Carol Spitzer. I'm in Precinct 3, and I live on Bowker Street. So I'm here with some of my other fellow mothers out front, which is a climate action group, as probably most of you know. And we are concerned about a development at 429 Harvard Street. The developer there was able to skirt the new tree bylaw because they came in a little before the bylaw was officially passed and updated and working. And they just cut down all the trees on the property. And now they're asking for a waiver from complying with the tree bylaw, the second part of it. So there's another whole part that is about preservation of the trees that are near the site. I think there's a specific designation of 30 feet within the construction zone. Because what we've seen over and over again is the trees that are, along the property line or in near the construction zone are ruined by the construction. And it's the neighbor's tree. It's not even on the site. So they've asked for this waiver, and we just feel like, given what they've already done, there shouldn't be a reason why they should get a waiver from doing the rest of meeting what's necessary for the tree bylaw. And in 2021, we had an urban forest climate resiliency plan, which showed us that we are losing more trees more quickly, way more quickly than we are planting trees. Every year, we're losing like 700 trees, planting about 350. So situations like this, are a way that we can help not lose the trees we have. So we're just asking you to consider not to give them the waiver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the individuals who signed up in advance of the meeting. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak during public comment at this time and online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. All right, there are about 10 individuals in the room, 31 online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I just have if it's okay, Bernard, I know this is not typically what we do with public comment, but I did have a question about that public comment. I received a phone call about this last weekend, or this past weekend, raising this concern that there was a waiver being sought, but I didn't know if there was actually something filed, who would file it, who actually has authority. Do we know if there's been a waiver that's been?
I am unaware of this. That hasn't reached me yet, but I was just talking to the chair. I will reach out, get information, and circle back to the board on that and lay out the timeline, who that goes to and how that all
It
that.
would be really helpful to get some confirmation of
absolutely.
what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, let's move on to our miscellaneous calendar. First, the minutes for September 16, 2025. Any corrections to those minutes?
I believe I sent some.
Yes.
Okay. Any other corrections or edits? Okay. I move approval of the minutes for September 16, 2025 as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, we have items 6B through 6T. I'd like to take items 6C to 6T in omnibus fashion unless someone wants to take anything out for further discussion. And with respect to item 6B, the report of the PCAC, I'd like to take that out in case any of the select board members would like to ask questions of Paul Yee, who I understand is
Online.
remotely, at the meeting, and available for any questions. I mean, it's an excellent report, but it I think raises a lot of questions. And I think it's important for the community to know about the PCAC and what they do. It's a very important committee that is very, very helpful to the select board with respect to police issues and related issues. So why don't we vote to approve 6C to 6T and then talk about, and then deal with the PCAC item. Any other items you want to take out of order? Okay, I move approval of items 6C through 6T. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, item 6B. It's a report that has been presented to the select board. It's an excellent report, in my opinion. Do any select board members have anything to ask of Paul Yee, who's the co-chair of the PCAC? Michael?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to agree with the chair. It is an excellent report, and it's very helpful to have both the committee and the report that they produce to provide oversight and advice to the select board in our roles as police commissioners for the town of Brookline. I had some questions, 3 questions specifically about the information in the report, and I will present those one at a time to Mr. Yee. Thank you very much for your answers. The first has to do with the civilian feedback survey. I believe the report stated that there were 59 responses to that survey to date over a period of greater than 4 years. And I'm just trying to get a sense of the scale of the number of incidents that might possibly warrant a response as indicated by the civilian feedback survey to determine whether, like 59, is that a lot of responses relative to the amount of interaction? Is it very few? Is it statistically significant?
Good evening. My name is Paul Yee. I'm one of the 2 co-chairs of the PCAC. The answer to that question is the 59 responses are from 2021 since it started. So for this past year, so for when I say past year, meaning the summer of 2024 to August of 2025, excuse me, there's been 6.
Mhm.
So
And do you
those
have
6 are in detail that
Right.
that we set out.
Right. What I'm trying to understand is, of all of the possible police interactions that could have occurred that would generate civilian feedback, is this a large number or a small number? Are there thousands of interactions, tens of interactions, hundreds of interactions? I'm just trying to determine whether the data that we're getting, the positive responses and the negative responses, are actually statistically significant relative to the amount of police interaction we have, or it's just fundamentally anecdotal.
Um,
Well, the police interact
in,
with
in, in my
residents
opinion, it would be
all
anecdotal,
the
but
time.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. This other 2 questions have to do with the responsibilities of the PCAC. You mentioned in your report a number of responsibilities that you have not yet undertaken, but are intending to undertake. Were there specific responsibilities of the PCAC over the next year that you intended to take up?
One of the responsibilities we've discussed is having a person being a resource person to a civilian complainant if he or she wishes to have one. We've talked about perhaps somebody from the Office of Diversity or the police department who's not directly a police officer. And perhaps we should have more discussion on that. And falling back to what the charge says, and perhaps one of the members, maybe on a rotating basis, it should be that resource person to a civilian complaint if he or she requested.
Thank you. And my last question is, to the extent that your committee is requesting resources, there were a couple of references to requesting resources in the committee. Through which department would you be making those budget requests? Do you have a plan to make those requests and get them integrated into the fiscal year 27 budget or future budgets?
We have, we have not discussed that with other members yet. So after we discuss that, then we'll present it formally.
Right. I would encourage you to work through the departments that are presenting their budgets in order for them to champion the resources that you're seeking to do your excellent work.
Thank you.
Whether that's the police department or the Office of Diversity or other departments in the town. And thank you very much.
Any other question? Paul?
I don't have a question. I just a brief comment, and thank you for the report. Bernard, some committees come before us and they present to us, and I can't remember if the PCAC came to us and presented in the past year, but
They presented a year ago.
it was a year
Was it
ago.
in
Yeah.
person or was it a report?
I believe last year it was just a written report as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that this, this is such an important advisory group to us. It might be helpful to have this be next time be a presentation to us for a full board kind of interaction and
Right.
discussion versus just filing a report in the
Yeah.
consent agenda. Just a thought. I think it's
Yeah,
really important.
That's a good point, and that's why I asked Paul Yee to appear so we can
Yeah.
ask questions and sort of expose the PCAC to the community so that people know, what it does. I mean, there are thousands of interactions between police and residents almost on a daily basis, maybe not thousands daily, but, over a period of time. And what the complaint process is intended to identify are those interactions that are problematic in various ways. It may just be the officer was rude or not as friendly as he should be.
Right.
It may be something more serious. And the fact that we have just a few complaints, I think reflects not only the quality of policing we have in this community, but also the town's proactive steps over many, many years to turn our police department into the type of department that, we are very, very proud of. So,
Yes. I would wholeheartedly agree. And I'm also encouraged that we have both a complaint process and we also have the civilian feedback survey, which has a range of different responses from negative to positive. And I was particularly interested in whether the civilian feedback survey was itself mostly driven by people who had very strong reactions, because most of the results there were extreme on one end or the other, either highly positive or highly negative. I'm just wondering if that's typical, or, as I imagine, most interactions are relatively benign.
good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Brenna. Okay,
We should vote to accept the transmittal of that annual report.
yeah,
Oh.
I was looking for my
Oh.
language. I move, not approval, but I move acceptance of the report of the PCAC as presented by the PCAC and Paul Yee. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Main calendar. First licensing, question of approving the application for a change in corporate name from Marquis Caviar Boston LLC to MCB Gourmet, doing business as Marquis Caviar Boston at 420 Harvard Street. Is there someone who's going to?
Yes,
us?
good evening. I am remotely.
Okay.
My name is Evgenia Kvitman. I'm one of the owners and managers of Marquis Caviar Boston. So currently we filed the application to change our corporate name, which has been already changed with the Secretary of State with the Corporations Division. So we want the correct name to be reflected on our licenses.
Okay, any questions from the select board?
You also have that concurrent application for your change of
Oh,
hours.
yes. Also, there was sorry, we worked for like 2 months, and there was the feedback from our customers, so that they would prefer the working hours to be not from 10 to 7, but rather from 11 to 8. So we just followed their feedback and wanted to and decided to change the working hours.
Okay, so we have 2 items on the agenda. Any further questions?
I would just say the reason why this is on the agenda, you usually don't hear these directly. They're usually heard by the licensing panel, but there was a scheduling issue with the applicant, and we decided that in this instance, out of fairness, because it was a minor application, that they could be heard here. It would be brief. And so we asked them to come in and speak to you, but ordinarily.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, and
Appreciate that.
thank you. We appreciate your business in the town.
Is it a public hearing or?
This is not a public hearing.
No. Okay, any other questions from the select board? Okay, I move approval of first question of approving the application for a change in corporate name from Marquis Caviar Boston LLC to MCB Gourmet LLC, doing business as Marquis Caviar Boston. Phew. And secondly, question of approving the application for a change of hours from Marquis Caviar Boston, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Sunday, and 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Sunday, to the new hours, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, grant of location. This is a public hearing, and it relates to the hearing we had at our last meeting with respect to the MBTA's renovation of their stations to bring them up to standards for accessibility. So who is going to enlighten us on this matter again?
The team from the T is here.
And let me just say, this hearing is related to the hearing that we held on September 16 to approve the recommendation of the Tree Planting Committee to permit the MBTA to remove certain trees in connection with their renovation of these 2 stations to make them more accessible. Tonight, we're hearing a request by the MBTA for a grant of location, that is to define the area within our public streets where they can construct the stations and place their utilities. The area outside that grant of location will still be under our control. So introduce yourself and present your information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. It's good to see everyone again. The select board will recall, just as the chair said, we were here on September 16th when we presented information about the C Branch Accessibility Project. My name is Matt Conover. At the MBTA, I'm responsible for ensuring the success of major projects that are of interest to the Federal Transit Administration. I'm joined this evening by Gwen Dunlevy. She is the Deputy Chief of Integrated Transit Programs, and she leads the GLT program. I should note that I have a personal interest in ensuring this project's success as a resident of Brookline and also a C Branch rider. Today, we're back in front of the Select Board to request an amendment to the 1897 grant of location between the town of Brookline and the MBTA, based on the changes to Inglewood and Tappan Street stations, which we discussed at the last meeting. This evening, we'll provide a brief reminder of the key elements of the project and present the details of the requested grant of location at Inglewood and Tappan Street stations. The Select Board's approval of the grant of location is a necessary step to proceed with the final design, permitting, and construction of the project. The MBTA values the town's longstanding partnership in facilitating safe and effective public transportation. Currently, there are 9 inaccessible stations on the C Branch. This project is designed to improve those stations. Accessibility is a shared priority at the town of Brookline and the MBTA. This project will upgrade 6 of those 9 stations by raising the platforms to 8 inches. Currently, St. Mary's and Coolidge Corner are examples of stations that are at 8 inches. We will also combine Brandon Hall and Fairbanks Street stations to improve travel times and ensure that the new Type 10 trains can serve all stations on the C branch. Lastly, we will eliminate Kent Street Station due to its proximity to Hawes Street and improve travel times further. These significant improvements require trade-offs, which our team and the town have actively engaged on. For example, the recent change in emergency backup power, which will now be provided without generators, and the reconfiguration of shelter locations to preserve parking are examples of how the MBTA has modified our designs to minimize negative impacts. For those familiar with the 9 stations mentioned, the challenges will be familiar. Our team has heard from numerous individuals who cannot access the Green Line from the station in front of their own home due to some of these challenges. Starting from the top left, no protection from traffic. Stations like St. Paul, shown here, do not offer barriers from automotive traffic. Platforms are often overcrowded. Again, at St. Paul, customers are standing on the curb but hanging out into the traffic because of the lack of space available. Narrow platforms. The image here of Tappan Street shows customers waiting in the limited space between Beacon Street and the yellow safety line. Devices like strollers or mobility scooters do not have enough room to fit in these locations. Limited wayfinding. Stations like Hawes, shown on the top of the last column, have limited wayfinding. Customers are not able to tell what stations they are when they are on board the train. Steep slopes, shown in the first picture on the second row. Platforms are not level and have steep slopes, which are inaccessible and create challenges for mobility devices, strollers, and shopping carts, not to mention treacherous conditions when it is rainy or icy out. Uneven surfaces. Stations also have uneven surfaces, like the ones shown at Dean Road. This makes using a mobility device, like a wheelchair or a walker, impossible. Platform obstructions. Station platforms are obstructed by trees, which mobility devices cannot pass. Further, this creates a pinch point and a safety concern for all customers, and in some cases, a physical conflict with the new Type 10 train. Shown here is an example of that condition at Dean Road. Lastly, stations are poorly lit and most rely solely on adjacent street lighting. This project will address the challenges that I just described. At the completion of the project, the entire C branch will be accessible. In working with the town of Brookline, we have designed a project that will preserve the look and feel of Beacon Street, which is a unique Brookline asset. Through station consolidations, closures, and by platforms that are being shifted to ensure more reliable service, the MBTA expects to see a 3 to 7% decrease in travel times on the C branch. The project will bring improved wayfinding and lighting for our customers. In partnership with the town, we are minimizing impacts to the public shade trees, and we have developed a replanting plan to plant a consistent tree lawn along the Beacon Street corridor. Our team has refined the design to ensure that only the minimum number of parking spaces are impacted. And through various design changes, we've ensured that this project will not preclude the future bridle path, which will further enhance Beacon Street. This project has taken a significant amount of work from both the MBTA teams and the town of Brookline. This effort started back in 2022 during the initial design phase. To date, we have held numerous public engagements, including open houses and various presentations to town board. We have also provided required environmental MIPA outreach. We look forward to additional engagement as we continue along with the project. Once underway, the project is anticipated to move relatively quickly, completing construction before the end of 2026. Now we'll provide details on the requested grant of location for Inglewood and Tappan Street stations.
Hello, my name is Gwen Dunleavy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Integrated Transit Programs who oversees the Green Line Transformation Group. I've been delivering projects for the MBTA along the Green Line for the past 5 years, including multiple projects within Brookline. Thank you for having us back here to share with you our request for a grant of location for the Tappan and Englewood stations. Our current grant of location, originally signed in the late 1800s, only includes the 20-foot wide stretch encompassing the tracks themselves as pictured here. Reviewing the current station at Englewood, most of the existing infrastructure, including the platforms, walkways, and shelter, are outside our grant of location. We have worked with the town to find the smallest, least impactful footprint we can use for the new stations. The requested additional granted area for Englewood includes the 2 platforms, the slope walkways needed to reach them, and the electrical equipment to supply the power for the platforms. It does not include the location for the shelter, the curb ramps, or the tree lawn, which will be outside the main station and will be handled through a memorandum of understanding that will be signed in the future between the town and the MBTA. The outbound station requires just over 2,000 square feet, and the inbound location is just over 1,600. Here we show the details of the new station to highlight the components of the grant. Picture the platforms, walkways, and equipment which are within the area of the grant request, as well as the shelter shown behind the inbound platform outside the bounds of that request. Some people may notice that the location of the electrical equipment and shelter have changed from the last time we presented. We are still actively working with the town to build the station that best suits their needs, and this change comes from that effort. But these modifications will have no additional impacts on trees, parking, or crossings, any of those items that we've gotten the previous approvals on. The final Englewood slide is a rendering showing the view looking west down the tracks towards Cleveland Circle. Visible on the left is the inbound station and its various amenities, including the signage, lights, benches, new raised and widened platform, and the tree lawns. Similar to Englewood, the current granted location from the late 1800s only includes the 25-foot wide stretch of tracks here at Tappan Street. Also, like Englewood, most of the existing infrastructure at the Tappan, including the platforms, walkways, and shelter, are outside that grant. The requested additional granted area for Tappan includes, again, the platforms, slope walkways needed to reach them, and the electrical equipment that powers those platforms. Does not include the shelter or the curb ramps. The outbound station requires just under 2,200 square feet, and the inbound platform just under 1,800 square feet. Here we highlight the station components for Tappan. The platform, walkways, and equipment, again, are all within the granted request for grant, while the shelter behind the outbound platforms are outside the bounds of that grant request. Like Englewood, the station is designed to be compact and minimize the impacts to all town infrastructure around it. Closing out the presentation is a rendering of Tappan looking east towards St. Mary's, with the inbound platform on the right and the outbound platform on the left. The view again shows what the final station will look like with all its amenities and improvements. We hope these renderings help showcase the large difference you will see with the stations from what is present today. Lastly, I would like to thank the Select Board for its time in reviewing this extremely important project with us. We are hopeful that the Select Board will approve our request for this granted location, a necessary first step in the process to delivering this important project. We look forward to the major improvements to the safety and user experience of everyone who uses the stations this project will bring. And if there are any comments or questions you would like to share with us, we're here and happy to listen and answer.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the Select Board before we open up for the public hearing? Michael?
Thank you very much for your presentation and your ongoing presentations to the Select Board and all of the committees within town. It's been a very helpful collaboration. I have one question about Tappan Street. You noted that the proposed shelter is outside of the grant of location, which is an exception to all of the other equipment and infrastructure for these platforms, as so it seems. And I just want to understand why that choice was made to put the shelters outside of the granted location. Are they being managed in some way by the town? Does the town bear any responsibility, or is that going to be part of the memorandum of agreement?
That will be part of the memorandum. The reason that they are outside, it was a town staff request, and I believe it's because we do have future plans still quite a ways out, maybe 10 years from now, to make further upgrades to these stations, which will include canopies that will then make the shelters redundant. So those would go away, and that would mean that that future work would not necessarily change that part of the granted location.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the very clear presentation. and this may be a question to you and also to the town administrator. The last time you presented, I had mentioned the lighting and how my preference is to see it be more consistent with the historic nature and character of Beacon Street. You've seen the lighting that we have, existing lighting. While I like the new lighting, it's a little too modern and not consistent. Is there a way, Chaz or whoever, can we include this in the memorandum of understanding or agreement? I'm concerned that those lights are going to go in and they're never, ever going to be changed.
So it's, the memorandum of understanding is what comes after the grant of location. And
Yep.
yes, we can absolutely work that out with the
Okay,
TA.
I know it may require us to take on some costs, but
Yes.
it could be worth it to improve what's being proposed.
Yes, we are, and we can obviously discuss that with the MBTA, but yeah, that would
Okay,
be a
thank
part
you.
of.
Thank you.
John?
Thanks again for appearing before us and for the work especially the work on bringing all of the sea line into compliance with the ADA. I think it was largely on the strength of that, the importance of the ADA compliance that, people, including myself, who were hoping for a better outcome with the trees and in particular, one tree at Tappan Street, were disappointed but sort of resigned to the outcome that we got at the last meeting of the select board, which was a determination by the MBTA that they didn't think the tree could be saved, and the weight of opinion of the other boards that had reviewed this, including our tree planning committee, and some who testified to us, especially from the Commission on Disability, was that there was not a path towards saving the Tappan Street tree that anyone could see that would justify getting in the way of these important disability enhancements. Since then, there's been further discussion of all of this. There's a town meeting warrant article that actually addresses tree protection in Brookline and proposes to add to tree protections in Brookline the inclusion of, of a hearing process to make sure that the work done by the town, is equally as compliant as the requirements that we're going to place on private entities. I'm just wondering if this grant of location can and should include language that says that the grant of location is based on the understanding that the work done on these two stations, but also all future work on the sea line, will be in compliance with the town's tree bylaw, which there's a new tree bylaw. I'm not sure whether it's been approved by the Attorney General yet. Can we have a quick word on that?
I don't believe so. I will double check right now. I think they asked for an extension. So let me double check. We just got information on that today.
So maybe we're talking
Oh, no,
about,
I'm sorry, the tree protection bylaw was approved. I'm sorry.
it was approved by the
It was
Attorney General.
approved by the Attorney General.
So we have approval from the Attorney General. We have a very clear tree bylaw. I'm having a hard time understanding why we should not include in our grant of location language that says, this is on the understanding and agreement that the work by the MBTA, in this case, will be in conformance with the requirements of Brookline's tree bylaw.
Well,
John, I think the tree bylaw does not apply to the public way or public lands. It's only to private lands, correct?
Well, it can apply if we put it in the terms of the.
We could
grant
apply it to anything,
application.
but that's not,
And there's a warrant article currently that would apply it essentially to work by the town. So I don't know how that warrant article is going to turn out, but the idea that compliance that we require of individual property owners in Brookline and contractors who do work on property in Brookline is somehow not applicable to work being done by an entity such as the MBTA. I don't get the logic there. I mean, I think if we want to apply it, we should apply it.
Chaz?
Couple things here. One, that article that's now pending is a non-binding resolution.
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, we can't put conditions on we can't single out the T, basically. We can't single out the T if we've already said the law doesn't apply in other contexts. And Susan Harris is here from Town Council's office and can explain more. But we can't put a condition on a grant of location that's not, that's not a we can't make that law apply just to the T and to nobody else, unfortunately. So we can't be in a situation where we say, it's, for this particular case, the law does apply to you, even though the law says it doesn't apply in every other context. So, but Susan, if you have anything to add on that front.
Hi, thank you. Susan Harris, Associate Town Council.
Susan, sorry.
Speak through the
Okay.
mic.
Sorry, the mic.
Thank you. The MBTA statute exempts it from essentially certain local zoning and other bylaws. So the town's tree preservation bylaw does not apply to the MBTA. And with respect to grants of location, we're not able to encumber grants of location with other conditions that were not part of the original grant of location. So essentially, we can grant a location for railway purposes, but we can't encumber it with other types of conditions.
Well, as a follow-up, in that case, what is the point of a hearing on a grant of location? Is there any reason that we could offer not to give a grant of location to the MBTA?
The town's not required to grant the location to the MBTA, but the MBTA has requested it in order to do these improvements. The land that would be utilized by the MBTA to make these improvements is town land that hasn't previously been granted to them. So they are coming to us to ask for access to that land to make the improvements.
Okay, Michael?
Without debating the merits of a warrant article in the November warrant, my understanding was that the T followed, I believe it was Chapter 87, with regard to our tree planting committee, and that entire process was properly and correctly followed with regards to the disposition of the trees along, even within their grant of location. Is that correct?
That is correct. General Laws Chapter 87 applies to public shade trees, so that's different from our tree preservation bylaw, which doesn't apply to public shade trees. So the MBTA did follow that process.
Well,
Yep, but I do think, John raises a question. I do think it's worth answering if there's an answer available. If this body decided to not grant the location, does the MBTA have any recourse?
That's a great question.
Mhm.
The MBTA does have the power to seek to take the land by eminent domain.
Okay, thank, and if they did seek to take the land by eminent domain, would the conditions that we've negotiated with the granted location and memorandum of understanding hold, or could they be invalidated and they could just take the land?
If the MBTA sought to take the land by eminent domain, they could just seek to do that regardless of these other conditions.
Okay, thank you.
okay, John?
Sorry, I had another point to make. I'm worried that people listening to this conversation are going to think that somehow, we're refighting relitigating the issue of the Tappan Street tree. I wish we could, but that isn't my intent. What's at issue here is in the terms of the town's tree bylaw, is the specific requirements as to replacement of removed trees. And the tree bylaw is very specific in its terms as to what is required when trees are removed, as to how they can be replaced. And that is the aspect of the tree bylaw that I think is worthy of writing into any memorandum of understanding that we have with the MBTA in this matter. I'm getting, a strong indication from my left here that that shouldn't be written into the memorandum of understanding. I'm not sure what the consequences would be if we were to write it into the memorandum of understanding, just as a way of letting the T know where we're coming from. I know for a fact that there has been a lot of negotiation and a lot of give and take, starting with the MBTA, conceding practically nothing, and then good for them coming around to making lots of concessions as to how they are going to try to remediate the removal of trees as part of this project. All I'm trying to do is get to a more specific understanding of what we mean by the remediate the removal of trees. And I think, a good place to start and to finish is with our tree removal bylaw, which has very specific requirements on how to remediate the removal of trees.
Paul.
John, and I really appreciate your adding this discussion, because I do think that it could be a proxy for public benefit, but it doesn't really apply to the situation, and here's why. The tree preservation bylaw applies to private land. So if I have a very large tree on my property, as you know, and I decide I want to remove that and I get permission to remove it, I either need to pay money to the town per inch or replant trees equivalent to, and there's a formula. Because the public benefit, or based on the logic of the bylaws, that public benefit is to remove the carbon and help with climate change. The MBTA has a much different equation. The public benefit that they're giving in return for removing the trees, in addition to adding some trees, is making the T accessible, ADA accessible.
Requirement by law.
Well, but it's also, it's requirement by law, but, John, they could also say, let's forget these stations and just shut them down, which would be a tremendous detrimental consequence to Brookline if they were to no longer continue to service Brookline along Beacon Street. So there's tremendous public benefit. And I know the loss of the tree is upset everybody. It's upset me, although I think the accessibility outweighs the value of the tree. It's a much different value equation. And it's just not apples. It's not apples and apples with private land ownership in a private tree.
Yes.
Could the team maybe talk a little bit about their replanting plans for this once this is done?
Absolutely. So as I think you all know, we've presented to the tree planting committee and to yourselves about the tree impacts this project's going to have, at least at these two stations. We are working diligently with Brookline's tree commission and arborists to find the best plantings we can do at these station locations. But also on top of that, once we are done doing the presentations, finalizing designs for each of these individual stations, we have, even if they're not part of the Brookline town bylaws, there are laws about replacement of trees and things like that, which we will be following. And if we cannot find enough space along Beacon Street at these stations to replant the trees, then we will offer to the town to replant in other locations based on their preference to make up for whatever else we owe. And we have budgeted money for this. And if we end up realizing that we can plant more than what is required, we will do that as well. So we are committed to work with the town. Obviously, there are other mitigations if we don't get approval, but that is an antagonistic view and not something that we want to pursue. We want to be partners in this. This is a shared priority for both of us. It looks bad for everyone if we stop servicing Sea Branch or we do land takings or any of that. And that's definitely not what we want. We want to make this a partnership where we give something that makes everybody happy. Train riders, tree lovers, everybody should be happy when we're done with this, because it should be improvements for everyone involved.
Michael?
I would also add, on top of Paul's reasoning, that that I believe that the Chapter 87 process that was actually used in this case, that resulted in the presentation and the negotiation and agreement to replace trees and to position the stations where there would be in order to minimize tree loss and to provide additional trees, is actually potentially a better process, especially for public shade trees, than the process that we have for our private trees. The big difference between those is that the process we have in the warrant article does not include any part of public process. It's an administrative matter. You file a form, you go through the rules that have been established, but there's no public aspect to that process. And the addition of that public process and the negotiation that results with the tree planting committee, from my perspective, more than mitigates the downside of not applying the particular set of rules that are established in the tree bylaw.
Okay, why don't we move on to the public hearing? Tiffany, would you like to open that up?
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, there are no individuals who signed up in advance to speak on this grant of location. If anyone online wishes to speak at this time, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Yes, Brian Kane?
Thank you, Tiffany. Brian Kane. I have the great honor to chair the Transportation Board. I live in Precinct 6. Just to update the Select Board, I know you received a letter from the Transportation Board. We held our own public process on this topic on the 17th of September. And at that time voted to send you the letter, which you've received, expressing the Transportation Board's support for the MBTA's proposal with respect to Englewood Avenue and Tappan Street, including proposed parking changes and the shift in crosswalks at Englewood Avenue. We look forward to voting on proposed elements within the Transportation Board's jurisdiction, specifically related to parking and crosswalk modifications, once the Select Board itself is done with the grant of location. Obviously, we can't take action until we sort of know what the boundaries are. So we look forward to the Select Board finishing up its work on this, and we look forward to following up and doing our bit, assuming it meets with our standards. And just wanted to thank Ms. Dunleavy, Matt Conover, Mr. Zhao, Ms. Desiree, who's here, as well as the folks from the DPW, Commissioner Shute, Dan Murphy, Dan Martin, Amy Ingalls. Lots of folks worked very hard, very diligently on this to make this. I don't know if everyone's happy, Ms. Dunleavy, but everyone's not unhappy. And sometimes that's the best you can hope for. So I think most people are not unhappy with the proposal, and I would urge you to do this. And by the way, it's pretty cool that we get to amend something from 1897 too. So that's pretty cool. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Lynn Jones. Sean, I'm promoting you now.
Thank you very much. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, president of the Brookline Green Space Alliance and a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I listened with great interest to the discussion that was initiated by Mr. Van Scoyoc. And leaving the questions of what bylaws say, whether they're applicable, and whether the state process, which was an excellent process, is more important than the town tree preservation bylaw. I would just say that it's important somehow in this process to ensure, whether through any conditions which may or may not be possible to attach to a grant of location, other understandings, memoranda of agreement, and so forth, that the plans for tree preservation, tree planting, and tree protection during construction that have been discussed in great detail by the MBTA, by town staff, by several boards and committees, including this one, are followed and implemented. And it seemed to me that that was the most important point that Mr. Van Scoyoc was trying to make. And I'm not sure what the best avenue is to make sure that in going forward, we do have full adherence to everything that was painstakingly negotiated, and which I think Brian Kane just said may not have made everyone happy, but at least didn't leave everyone completely unhappy. And I'd be the first to say that I'm very sad to see that 36-pin oak destroyed. But I also, having followed this for well over a year now, know that the current plan for Tappan and Englewood stations is far better than the original plan. More trees will be preserved, more trees will be planted, and I hope more trees will be protected from damage during the construction process. And I hope we see that going forward as we do this multiple times for the additional stations that will be renovated, all of which will require a plan for trees and a vote, I assume, for a grant of location. So if there's any way to make sure that this is adhered to, implemented as understood, whether through conditions, MOUs, or otherwise, I think that would be productive, just to reassure everyone that we're going to get the outcome we thought we were going to get. Imperfect, but still better than where we began over a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals who wish to speak at this time? Okay, there are a little more than 10 individuals in the room, 32 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, we'll close the hearing, and unless there are any other comments or questions from the board, I'd like, you do have one?
I do have one.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sorry if I'm taking too much of my time, but, before we close this, I just hope people will ask themselves, because it's been said many times over, and it was said very effectively by Aaron Shute, our head of DPW last night, at one of the meetings where this came up. Very effectively, she said that there has been real progress made in dealing with the MBTA on their plans for this project. But as part of that, she said at the beginning of the process, they weren't going to concede anything. I mean, basically all they would say they were going to do was we're going to do it the way we have to do it, but not make any promises, as to interventions by the town and saying no, not if you do it this way, but if you do it that way. And it required, according to Erin, and I take her word for this absolutely, it required lots and lots and lots of tough negotiating to get them to where they are today. If people would ask themselves, what is it that would have led the MBTA to, after sort of coming on strong at the beginning and basically just saying, we're going to do it and here's our plan, to agree to all kinds of tweaks, and preferences from the local level and so on. What caused them to do that, as far as I'm concerned, was that there was the provisions that applied to Beacon Street in terms of preservation of trees that they had to meet through an agreement by the select board to agree with their plan on how they would meet those provisions. And then the only remaining thing is what we're faced with tonight. It's the grant of location. So they knew they had to get that first vote, and I'm assuming they have to get this vote. And after this vote is taken, there's nothing left. And this is 2 stations out of what, 8 on the Sea Line. We are at risk of, the possibility in the future that what we thought the MBTA had agreed to, they're not sticking to it. And now how do we hold them to it? Well, years have gone by, 2 stations have already been done. So I'm a little concerned that without an expression of what our aim is in terms of requirements for replacements of trees, they'll basically be at liberty after tonight to either go along with what we thought they were saying they would do, or to change what they are saying they will do. And if trees die after 1 year, after they've been planted, 1 year after they've been planted, and they say they won't replace those trees that died, we're stuck with that.
Yeah.
I just wish we had some kind of language we could apply here that would at least give us a little bit of remaining leverage so that after tonight, if things go wrong and we find that they're not doing what they said they would do, we have something to lean on.
Paul?
Yep. So, John, and I do think you're raising a good point, and I think there are some things we can do. But first, to take a step back about Aaron's comments and your comment about how much progress has been made on this specific project, I think that a lot's been made, but I think the MBTA has a newfound appreciation for partnership with Brookline. That's the bigger picture, because it wasn't always this way, right? We weren't always working together. There'd be decrees, things would suddenly change. We didn't hear, we didn't get notice. Suddenly there'd be people doing construction and work along the public way, or having to, cross Brookline property in order to access the T's without any communication. And I think the MBTA has really recognized the importance of working together, and so has Brookline. So I think that's a very important step. And I hope that after this project is on these two stations and the rest of Beacon Street, that will continue. Because it's, as you can tell, it's a better outcome for everybody. The other thing I'd like to say, and this is, may irk some of my peers a little bit, it's not intended to, but the real reason why the MBTA was kind of put into a process to ensure a local collaboration was our town form of government. If we were a city, I predict that we would not have been able to have these public processes. We would not have had the risk of a couple of members of the community appealing a tree outcome, or even a decision of the transportation board. It's our town form of government that got this outcome. And I think people need to make sure they weigh that as they consider our form of government in the future. And I'm not saying one way or the other, but it was an important aspect of it. With respect to John's point about guarantees, I assume first that we're only granting the location for 2 stations tonight. It's not the entire corridor. So, we're going to see how these 2 go. I assume you're going to come pretty quick for the other ones, but I do think it's important that in the spirit of the agreement, you do what you say you're going to do, but also it may be helpful to have number of trees and quantities in our memorandum of understanding. Are we able to do that, to have a basis?
I think we can, the memorandum of understanding is much more flexible than the granted location.
Yep.
And that's where we're going to be able to kind of have that level of back and forth on
I
this.
think it would be good to have some of that in there, at least as a minimum. And I'm encouraged that you're saying if you can exceed, you'll go above and beyond, which I think would be really great. You can see how important our urban tree canopy is to us. So the more that you can do, the better. But I do think it would be helpful is to get at what John is raising a good point, that we should have somewhere written. It may not be to the extent of our current tree preservation bylaw that applies to, private land, but it does at least codify and memorialize the agreement that we have on how many trees are going to be replaced at a minimum, and then possibly the opportunity to do more. Thank you.
I heard reference to a memorandum of understanding. So is that something that's going to come later?
Yeah.
It comes later. Yeah, it comes after the granted location.
After the granted location?
Okay, so,
Many steps.
okay. Michael, you want to add something?
I just want to ask a question now that there's a memorandum of understanding coming after this, and we know the transportation board. I'm wondering if the T has any current estimates as to when construction for these 2 stations will begin?
Right now, we're working with our contractor to find out what their timeline can be. The one thing we're trying to avoid is starting construction, which would start with removing trees and starting to, dig up and move utilities, making a mess of the stations and then leaving until the spring, because doing this kind of civil work is very hard to do in the dead of winter. So we are working on the timelines, both based on this approval and based on what access we can get with other work to find out. But I will say that we will make sure that if we are to start this work and start to impact the town, we will work continuously to finish these stations and not come in, make a mess, then leave for 3-4 months during the winter and then come back in the spring to finish it. So I cannot say for sure if we'll be able to start and make significant progress this fall or not. That'll really depend on some timings that we still have to work out. But when we do come in, we are going to work until we're done.
Thank you.
Did you want to speak, Susan?
Thank you. Just wanted to add, to the extent the select board is concerned about sort of holding the MBTA to what's been discussed, we could add language to the motion, something about, conditioned on the assurances that the MBTA has made to the town.
Okay, you want to give me language?
I'll write something down.
Okay, we're going to vote in a little while, so.
I have one other question,
Paul?
Bernard, if I may. So could the MBTA tell us what's the timing of coming back for the other stations? Do you have a sense of the timing for those? I know it may not be all at once, but how it's going to work out?
I would expect right now that we will come back at least twice more. I think that because the changes to Fairbanks Brandon Hall will be so significant, we might want to discuss that as a individual station. The other ones that the impacts are smaller, we will probably come back as a group, as we did these 2 as a group. I am hopeful that we will be able to come back for most, if not all of them, before the end of the year, but if not, it will be shortly after. And a lot of that will depend on how much we are working with the town to change, how many changes we have to make to design. You know, a lot of these ones, like I think I mentioned in one of our previous meetings, these stations are first because our original design and our final design are fairly similar. The rest of them are lagging behind because there are more significant changes with our, you know, conversations with the town and the changes we could make to reduce those impacts. So those ones got set back to the beginning of the design process through this process that we've been going with the town. But I think they will follow along in the next couple of months.
So I guess may I just comment
Yeah.
on that, Bernard, just briefly. So we've spent quite a bit of time together over the past few months, and you've seen how it has gone. And these weren't really complicated. Some of the other stations are very, very complicated. So I would encourage you to set your expectation appropriately for how quickly you could come back. Build in all that public input, public hearings, listening. It's very, very important in time for adjustments, because these two seem to be easy. The others are very complicated.
David,
Just a couple questions. You mentioned when you anticipate that the projects might begin because you want to work continuously. So I infer from your answer either very soon or you'd probably wait until the spring. How long, though, do you think it would take to complete? I understand you would work straight through, but how long? Is this 2 months, 4 months?
So we wouldn't likely work at all the stations at the same time. Just the level of disruption that would be to the town and to the T would not be great. We'll probably work at a couple at a time. But right now we expect that even if we don't start any of these until the spring, that we will be done by the end of next year.
All right. And then another question I have, and you just alluded to in your answer, that you don't want to create a lot of disruption. So can you explain what type of disruption we would anticipate when you're working on a particular station? Would we need to narrow Beacon Street somewhat? Where would you be storing some of these construction vehicles, equipment?
So we have done some significant work along Beacon Street in the past, and we know that there are certain things we have to be careful of. One that we've heard a few times is contractors using Brookline parking for their personal vehicles. Obviously, construction equipment will have to be right at the station locations where they're working, but that is something we've heard before. The stations on the westbound side of Beacon Street likely will not have many impacts to the street itself because we have that angled parking area that will allow us access to the station without impacting traffic. On the eastbound side, there will likely need to be one lane closed while we're doing our construction, just to allow for the construction equipment to reach over to where the construction is happening. As far as to T service for people who ride the T, we expect that there will likely be a few weekend closures, maybe one more extended closure, but if that happens, that will be in conjunction with other work that needs to go on in the corridor. And likely a lot of this work will be done through station bypass where the train is still running, but that specific station is closed while it's being worked on.
Thank you.
great. Do you have some language for us? Susan?
Hot off the presses.
Oh, you have a little printer down there too. Oh, the assurances, okay. The assurances the MBTA has provided the town. That's what you want to add to the vote?
So the whole vote is this. the
Right,
whole
okay,
language.
that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah, so the proposed language.
Microphone,
would-
can't hear you. There you go.
Thank you. The proposed language you have reflects the grant of location, and we've suggested conditioning the grant of location on the assurances the MBTA has provided the town. If there are specific aspects of that you want to call out, we could try to include those, but I think there are a number of things that have been discussed back and forth in this
So
process.
assurances provided the town when? Do you want to leave that just open-ended?
We'd say throughout the development of this request.
Okay, during the development of the accessibility project.
Of this request,
Pardon me?
she said of this request.
I'm saying something
Oh,
else.
okay.
So that it's clear.
Okay.
During the development of the, what are we calling this? Beacon Street,
Sea Branch Accessibility Project.
Sea Branch. Accessibility project. Okay, so it would read if people agree.
The
David,
lawyer present.
I'm just wondering if we could be a little more specific, such as including, and then the portions we're most interested in, because this is very generic about.
I actually think generic is better, because if you say including but not limited, you know, you're starting to, then you're, the more you narrow it, the more the potential is for someone to say, oh, well, what you really meant was that, as opposed to everything else we agreed
We have
to.
recordings of public meetings.
Yeah,
Yeah,
All
I
those-
think, I think there's a good paper trail here of everything that's been agreed to. Yeah.
Did you?
Oh. Did you have your hand up?
No, I did not.
No one else?
Done.
Okay, let me tell you what's going to be in the, in the vote. Conditioned on the assurances the MBTA has provided the town during the development of the Sea Branch Accessibility Project. Everyone okay with that? Okay, let's vote. I move approval of the following. Okay, how do we make this into a motion?
I move.
Okay. Let me just read it and then we'll consider it an appropriate motion. To deem that public necessity and convenience require granting the MBTA an amended location on Beacon Street in the areas of the Tappan Street Station and the Inglewood Avenue Station for the purpose of operating the so-called C branch of the Green Line, and approve, conditioned on the assurances the MBTA has provided the town during the development of the C Branch Accessibility Project, and amended, so we're approving, an amended grant of location substantially as shown in the sketch. Okay, information and documents provided by the MBTA and filed herewith, constituting the MBTA's petition with the final plan and language of the location to be developed by the MBTA, incorporating the aforementioned conditions and approved by the town administrator, and that this amended location shall supersede prior grants of location in substantially the same area of Beacon Street for substantially the same purpose. Everyone okay with that? Okay, I've
Right.
moved approval. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks very much. And I want to thank the DPW team again, everyone who's been here tonight. A lot of work went into this. We really appreciate you coming out.
Hey,
Of course, thanks to the team.
Paul, can you give this to Tiffany for the
As soon as-
record? Okay, next, discussion and possible vote on warrant articles for the November 18, 2025 special town meeting, included but not limited to, although we only have one, so it is limited to, Article 17, resolution regarding tree preservation practices. How relevant?
What a nice coincidence.
And this one has actually been postponed at the request of the petitioners.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Based on how it went at advisory, they want to do some revisions and come back to you in October.
Okay, good, sorry. I didn't read my script.
Mm.
Okay, boards and commissions, annual report. Presentation of the trustees of Walnut Hills annual report to the select board. I see Mr. Micklejohn is at the mic.
Good evening. I'm Randolph Micklejohn. I'm the current chair of the trustees of Walnut Hills Cemetery. And I'll be brief. It was nice hearing about the 1897 grant of location from the MBTA, because, you know, at Walnut Hills Cemetery, we're very comfortable in the 19th century. I've spent a lot of this year observing the 150th anniversary of the 1875 opening of that cemetery. And if you all have brookline.news bookmarked, you should see a short article coming up within the next week, timed to coincide with the October 5th consecration day of the cemetery in 1875. And the only reason that this is appearing was that the journalist who covers parts of Brookline read the minutes of my appearance here before you last June, heard about the anniversary, started following it. Next thing you know, she came on the tour. She interviewed some folks in TPW, and all this for probably a couple lines of text.
Great.
So that cemetery from 1875. You may also know we have the old burying ground from 1717. You can't be buried there anymore, but these are both important public open spaces with significant benefits and opportunities for the public. Some of them still unrealized. In the memo that I sent you, and we're not going to go into detail about it, there was just a recap of our activities since I appeared before you last, and then the back page was a look at some of what we're working on now, and which includes regulations, which includes a review of spending from the special cemetery trust funds, and a move towards renewal of the master plan for Walnut Hills, which is something I mentioned last year, and I've been in an ongoing conversation with the two parks directors who have been in place since I joined the trustees, actually 3, and then the DPW commissioner. As I say in the memo, everyone acknowledges the value of planning. This is how you make your cemetery last 150 years and still have space. I would like us to be planning for the next 50 years. And I think that's doable. As I said in the memo, clearly one of the constraints on this is the time of the senior town staff responsible for open space. So this is one of the starting points for me as the chair, which is to try to figure out how to work smart and efficiently with the limited bandwidth those senior staff have for this one open space among the many we have in the town. Worth mentioning, this is the second largest open space in the town that you can wander around in, second only to Lars Anderson Park. I don't count the golf course because it's not really safe to go wandering around out there. It's been a sort of year of synergies between our public events and the regulatory work the trustees have been working on over the course of our typically 4 meetings a year, and also synergies with some other things going on in town. I was, like many of you, I was at the Coolidge Corner Theater a couple of weeks ago when Chris Dempsey and Jeff Speck appeared and talked about the planning effort for the Center Street lots, and I ran right out and got the 10th anniversary edition of Jeff's book. And in the introduction, one of the planning ideas in his introduction is that it's worth looking at areas where the physical environment has been planned for one purpose, where it could actually serve many purposes. And we have a version of this in the cemetery that we discovered through some of the ongoing discussions on our public tours and within the trustees about green burial or environmental burial. In regulatory terms, it is currently prohibited in Brookline, although other cemeteries allow it, including Mount Auburn Cemetery, which was sort of a private aspirational appeal of ours, and it's a cemetery that Walnut Hills is modeled after. And there are regulations on the books from the 1960s when Walnut Hills began to require that casket burials be placed in concrete vaults. And one of the main purposes of this is to make it easier to mow the grass with lawnmowers. And this is Jeff Speck's point that, if you have streets that are mostly designed for easy snow plowing or mostly designed for easy trash removal, then they might not be as human and usable and enjoyable as streets that are designed for all the things that you know he would like to design streets for. So this is a planning opportunity at the cemetery. We could be looking for ways to be a more environmental and sustainable cemetery. That, of course, involves taking care of the tree canopy, which is already substantial, but also offering more benign, less chemical and fuel-dependent options for burial. And in the last master plan, which began in 2001, that was actually the point of introduction of small lots for burying cremated remains, which wasn't available before. And going forward, for the next 50 years, it might be possible to offer these more benign forms of disposition, including scattering of ashes, which uses less land, and we do have a finite amount of land left, as well as green burial.
Could you explain what green burial is for those of us who
Sure.
not used it?
Yeah, green burial is a form of burial where the body is placed in biodegradable materials. It can be a plain old wood casket with wood pegs. It can be a bamboo wrapper. It could just be a shrouding cloth, and it's placed in the earth, and earth is placed on top. And of course, this is in fact how all burials were done, even at Walnut Hills, until the middle of the 20th century, and all over the world for thousands of years. And we went over, the trustees had a field trip to Mount Auburn Cemetery to talk with their operations people and to understand how they did it. It's not that complicated. It's a somewhat different protocol from what they do now, but to place those concrete vaults in the ground, there's actually a backhoe that goes out and digs the graves. You could dig less, you could use less machinery, and you could have a quieter, greener burial experience. People who came on the tours in May, which we did jointly with the Huttaram branch of the Public Library, asked about this because they know it's offered in other cemeteries, and some of them expected that Brookline would figure it out.
Okay.
Happy to take any other questions. Otherwise, I will let you carry on.
Any other questions?
No? Very interesting presentation.
Yeah, you're always interesting.
Yeah, that's great.
Bring new information to us, and the fact that it's such a large open space that people can go and enjoy the fresh spring or winter air.
I should mention, because again, this came up in the T presentation, the tree canopy. There was, some of you will remember I'm not going to get the name of it right. I think the urban tree canopy replace study or something like that from 2021. We actually, we brought the graphics. There were many maps of the town that used GIS data. The two of them that we used on the public tour were of the density of the tree canopy and the surface temperatures measured in July at noon. And in both cases, Walnut Hills Cemetery was the shadiest large public open space in the town and the coolest. And, of course, you can thank Public Works and Parks and Open Space for their good care of the trees. But that's one of the benefits of this space, and I hope the public will come enjoy it more.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Paul?
Yeah, I do have one question. Thank you. Little known fact, I worked in the Arlington Cemetery for several years.
Okay.
When I was in my younger years, although I didn't operate the backhoe, I did see those very large cement vaults get put in and processed, and it's a lot of work, use a lot of energy, takes a lot of space. You mentioned your desire to have a 50-year plan.
Yep.
And your struggle a bit to be able to get the cycles that you need. One, what cycles from the open space team, because they're busy.
Yep.
How are you going about this? You said you have you're going at it, but I'm curious about how you're going to do it.
The short answer is I'm bringing it up frequently. Remember, our Parks and Open Space Director is relatively new.
Yep.
She came in the spring. I bring it up several times a year. I don't think the DPW commissioner will mind me telling you that I ran into her on the street and I brought it up then. The question of staff bandwidth is a real one. And the time frame for this, for starting it, maybe a couple of years. As I said in the memo, we had done some work in 2023 and 2024 to create more space for burials, which by my estimate will last us about 8 years. I don't want to wait the whole 8 years. But let me answer your question a different way. The Parks Director, of course, does not work for me, but I'm just, I feel like I'm making the best case I can about the value of the planning work. And, the age of the current master plan that we have is on the record. And it answered questions that were questions in 2001. We have different questions now.
So I guess it's safe to say we need an update to our master plan. I assume that there are agencies or, third parties that could assist us with developing that master plan. I don't know if we did it by ourselves last time.
No. The last time it was done by there are landscape architects who specialize in this sort of work.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm doing in the meantime is gathering some information from other municipalities. I just pulled a summary page from the city of Cambridge. Announced the release of their new master plan in August 2024. It's just the and their cemetery has hardly any space and hardly any trees, and it's a more built out, less green space than we have. But of course, they're a larger city, and it's accessible to many people. It's adjacent to another historic cemetery, so they've got a good menu as an example. I would say this is the kind of thing that the trustees are trying to offer Parks and Open Space to try to be helpful in identifying what are the questions that a plan would address.
Do you have a sense of what an updated plan would cost?
I don't.
I mean, is it?
Okay.
Yes. So anyway, I guess my point is it would be good to maybe start thinking about putting some money in the CIP or reach into one of our many buckets.
Yeah, and this is also unique in the sense the trustees are responsible for, the trust.
Right.
And so.
Right. And the
Or is it need to be funded by the trust, or we
Okay.
can't
Oh,
fund it?
this is one of those topics where we have to figure out how much the money can be funded by the trust, what can we fund in the CIP, all of those things. So we've got to, it's a complex funding environment. Yes.
Yep.
Helpful to know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see
Yeah.
you all.
Next, Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study, a presentation by the Planning Department. I see Meredith Mooney coming to the microphone, so.
Good evening. Yeah. One moment, please.
Sorry, 2 seconds there, yeah.
The trust is for certain specific purposes. I'm not sure they cover, for example, maintenance of grounds, cemetery properties, cemetery articles, things like that. So it may not be available. It is a trust, so you can't use it for other things. Hmm. Yeah. Should we take a break now?
Yes, please. Sorry, I got
Okay.
called the side.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Get up and stretch your legs.
Check the score of the ball game.
Check the score of the ball game.
1.
Okay, we are back, and Meredith Mooney's at the dais, and please speak.
Thank you. Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Director. Here to present an update on the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. I'm also joined this evening by Zach Tessler, Economic Development Planner, who's joining us via Zoom. So this is one of our periodic updates to the Select Board with a status update about the project. It's an opportunity to give you a sense of what we've been working on recently, what the next steps are, and to address any questions or concerns you might have at this point in the study process. So an overview of my presentation tonight, I think my goal is to try to keep the update to under 10 minutes. It's going to be broad strokes, but I'm happy to return to any slides and go deeper on any of this update if you're interested. But in general, we're going to be, I'll provide an overview of the status of key project tasks and deliverables. We'll give an overview of the strategies we've developed to advance the core study objectives, and then provide some highlights of the current draft zoning, which we made a lot of progress on this past summer. And then we'll provide a quick update on the status of City Realty's most recent redevelopment concept. So this slide is a summary of the key components that will be included in the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. And in no particular order, we'll be including rezoning recommendations, design guidelines as a complement to those rezoning recommendations, transportation infrastructure upgrades, commercial area vibrancy enhancements, and some town protections related to the zoning proposal. And town protections would be a memorandum of agreement and tax certainty agreements with some of the large property owners with near-term redevelopment interests in the study area. So this is a sort of summary of our progress towards the completion of key tasks and deliverables in relation to the Springtown meeting warrant article submission deadline. The first section, these are all the components that will be included as sections or chapters of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study report. And then the bottom half are the deliverables that we'll be preparing as part of this process and follow-up tasks. So to the right is a spring 26 town meeting in May. The dotted line indicates the anticipated filing deadline for warrant articles, so that would be late February. And then this indicates sort of the timeline of the key project deliverables and where they're at in terms of completion. So for the zoning, we're preparing a special district overlay zone. We're about halfway through the zoning process for that. We made a lot of progress over the summer. We presented the draft zoning, which is also included in tonight's select board agenda packet, to the community advisory group earlier this month. We received some very helpful feedback. It was helpful to hear public comment and get initial responses to where things stand in terms of the draft zoning. We've also had back and forth with the large property owners who are giving us feedback about the feasibility of some of the zoning requirements that we proposed. And so it's a work in progress, but I think over the past several months, we've made a tremendous amount of progress. The design guidelines, which will be a complement to the draft zoning, and that will ultimately be approved and considered before the planning board, will be diving into that next week. We're bringing on a consultant to help us put together those design guidelines. There are two existing sets of design guidelines for the Chestnut Hill area, and they are maybe 10 to 15 years old at this point, and they are both multi-page Word documents. And so we have made the decision, just given how the zoning proposal has evolved and our consideration of multiple distinct sub-districts, that it's important to have more visual design guidelines to really represent the visions and distinctions between the sub-districts and the Chestnut Hill commercial area as a whole. So we're excited to dive into that and provide updates to the community advisory group and select board. Transportation infrastructure upgrades, we're about a third of the way through the transportation study for the Chestnut Hill transportation study. Over the summer, we were working with our consultant on data collection analysis and sort of an assessment of the existing conditions in terms of the area's transportation infrastructure. And we are now moving into the exciting second phase where we're really going to start hashing out concepts for improvement. So at the upcoming community advisory group meetings in October, November, we're going to be presenting those concepts, getting some feedback direction, and then refining those proposals. As a third phase, we're still finalizing and sort of narrowing the scope of this work, but it is our intention to pressure test the area's infrastructure, in light of the additional density that they were considering with this rezoning. And then the commercial area vibrancy enhancements, there were some examples of what types of enhancements we're going to be recommending. I think the scope of what we'll be recommending is pretty well defined at this point. So the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Report, we, in addition, sort of in parallel with finishing up or continuing to develop and putting finishing touches on these policy and planning recommendations as part of the study, we need to start drafting the actual study document, which will provide an overview and record of the study process, the community input that's really informed the recommendations and gotten us to this point in the study process. Town protections, as I mentioned earlier, that's memorandums of agreement and tax certainty agreements with large developers with near-term proper redevelopment interests. So we've been, as we're working on the zoning and have had the benefit of some back and forth with the large property owners and a better understanding of what they might be interested in doing under the town's draft zoning. We've been making notes of items that should be addressed in the MOA agreements. We also have a lot of helpful recent examples in terms of MOAs negotiated with other developers in the context of other special district overlays. So I think once we're a little bit farther along in the zoning and feeling more confident in those components, the town protections will start to take form pretty quickly. And then the zoning warrant articles, I did just want to talk a little bit about the anticipated package that we'll be presenting for your consideration and town meetings consideration several months from now. So it would be sort of three components. There would be the zoning warrant article itself, which would have the amendments to the zoning bylaw that would incorporate the special district overlay zoning, but then would also include any additional amendments that would be required to integrate the special district zoning into the zoning bylaw. And then there would be additional articles related to town meeting authorizing the select board to enter into MOAs and tax certainty agreements with the developers. So that's sort of the anticipated package that we're preparing in anticipation of Springtown meeting consideration. So wanted to give you an update on the strategies that we have been developing to address the study objectives. And as you'll recall, there are two main objectives for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. One, to incentivize significant net new commercial tax growth and to enhance the livability and identity of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area. So these next series of slides are, the strategies that you'll see present in the draft zoning and that are going to be, the underpinnings of all of the other recommendations that we've just talked about in the previous slides. In terms of expanding the commercial tax base, the strategy of expanding the allowed uses, particularly in the Chestnut Hill Office Park, which is currently zoned as Office 2.0, which is very restricted commercial use, limited to just office, where there's really no demand for office or now or in the foreseeable future. Providing adequate dimensional requirements. So examples would be height and FAR to maximize the commercial parts and components of any mixed-use development proposals. And then for sub-districts that have high impact economic development potential, requiring a minimum amount of commercial square footage to be included in any mixed-use redevelopment proposals in order to utilize the special district overlay zoning. So those are strategies to really focus on expanding the commercial tax base. In terms of enhancing livability and identity of the area, we're seeking to promote mixed-use development to enhance area activation. So daytime, we're looking to really add additional commercial use and density so that there's greater activation of the area with customers and employees of commercial tenants. And then for evenings and weekends, we're looking to add additional residential density to activate those areas sort of during non-working hours. And that steady, consistent flow of foot traffic is going to really help keep the ground floor, the most visible part in the commercial area, vibrant and healthy. As we talked about, we're launching into the design guidelines, which are really going to help promote a cohesive aesthetic district-wide for the commercial area. And then we're working on infrastructure improvements and a pedestrian and bike network proposal that will make Chestnut Hill feel safer and easier for all modes of transportation, but particularly focusing on the pedestrian experience. We're seeking to promote a mix of housing types, promoting a continuous tree canopy related to sustainability goals, as well as enhancing that pedestrian experience. And then a series of commercial area vibrancy enhancements like public art installations, wayfinding branding that are really going to elevate the area. And then another recommendation will also be the town supporting and participating in the exploration of forging public-private partnerships with the property owners in the area to help make the public realm enhancements sustainable and successful in the long term. And finally, I do think it is important to point out, this was something that we talked about very early on as we were starting conversations with the community and the community advisory group for this project, is that we're not looking to replicate the street. That's not feasible for a variety of reasons. What we're looking to promote is a greater diversity of retail offerings in the Chestnut Hill area and to complement what currently exists at the street. So we're looking to promote commercial uses such as hotel, events and conference facilities, medical office that are a complement to the offerings at the street. And then really in response to what we heard through the community input and from that initial community engagement process, where there's a real desire to have more services and products offered from local businesses that meet the neighborhood needs, as opposed to sort of the luxury or upscale offerings at the street. So we're looking to incentivize smaller scale ground floor retail space that eventually will lend itself more to or align more with the needs of small independently owned businesses to help meet that community top priority community wish list item. So I did want to, the draft zoning is included in your packets. It's still a work in progress, has a lot of moving parts, but I did want to provide just a brief overview of sort of the framework outline of that. This is the existing zoning. You can see particularly the multifamily in sort of the mint green color, and then the general 1.0 in the orange color, sort of a mashup. This is the existing zoning and it will remain as the base zoning. We're not looking to make any modifications to the existing zoning. What we are proposing in the rezoning recommendations for Chestnut Hill would be an overlay zone, which would have 4 sub-districts that you see here. And I'm going to quickly run through each of those with some highlights. So the zoning components that are tackled in the draft zoning and that we're still fleshing out, this is not a comprehensive list of all of those components, but it hits the highlights. So it covers, what are the allowed uses in the area? What are the maximum, what are the height restrictions, setbacks, floor area ratio, parking requirements, open space requirements, tree canopy, site circulation, just to name a few. So the transit-oriented mixed-use district is on the north side of Boylston Street. It's about 1,000 feet from the Chestnut Hill T station. So we're really envisioning this as an urban transit-oriented sub-district. So we're considering increased density with limitations on the unit mix and size. This would be an area where we think it would be appropriate to have lower vehicular parking, lower to minimal vehicular parking requirements, increased bike parking requirements. And that similar to the commercial sub-districts, which I'll go into detail in a few more slides, requiring probably a lower threshold, but still having a requirement for a minimum amount of commercial space to be included in those mixed-use development proposals as well, just to capitalize on the adjacency to the street. In the purple, this is the neighborhood mixed-use sub-district. So envisioning this more as sort of a neighborhood Main Street. This is a more modest proposal in terms of upzoning that's more in scale with recent development in this area. There are 2 commercial sub-districts so there's the commercial 3.0, which we're characterizing as sort of this transitional commercial oriented block. The maximum proposed height, 10 stories, 3.0 FAR. And that's assuming that they meet the minimum amount of required commercial square footage, which there's another slide in a little bit that talks more specifically about the mechanics of that requirement. And then if developers exceed the minimum requirement and meet sort of a second threshold in terms of commercial included in a redevelopment proposal, they would be able to access the maximum bonus of 3.5 FAR with the max at around 12 stories. The Chestnut Hill 4.0 district, which includes the Chestnut Hill Office Park area, which we've discussed previously in the select board updates. This is a high impact economic development potential area for the town. The depth and size of these parcels are extremely unique in Brookline and in our commercial areas. I would say the only other comparable sites in terms of their economic development potential would be the Stop and Shop and the TJ Maxx sites, and those are half the size of the Chestnut Hill Office Park. So for the, and sorry, just to go back to the slide. So for the 4.0, the max FAR 4.0 with a maximum height of approximately 12 stories if they meet the minimum commercial requirement. If they meet that higher threshold of the commercial percentage, they'd be able to utilize the bonus, which would be maximum of 14 stories and 4.5 FAR. The minimum commercial requirement that has been referenced several times. So the minimum is 51% of the gross floor area has to be commercial. So in order to, a core requirement, in order to make use of the special district overlay zone in the 4.0 is that your development proposal has to have at least 51% commercial use. And then if a developer is able to get beyond that and above 60% to pencil out, they'll have access to the bonus height and FAR that we've built in as an incentive. We've also developed a mechanism for developers to sort of roll over commercial square footage between phases, which we don't need to get into this evening. And then in terms of calculating the minimum commercial requirement, so this is sort of our working template for how we would do that calculation. We have weighted for uses that are particularly attractive in terms of their ability to contribute to the commercial tax base, like hotel, for example. We have assigned a greater weight to those uses in the calculation of the commercial aspect of a redevelopment proposal. We've also added additional weight to small scale retail, speaking to the neighborhood wish of having more small independent businesses that are more aligned with neighborhood needs. City Realty's most recent proposal. So at the last community advisory group meeting that I referenced, we provided an update on the draft zoning, and then City Realty presented their most recent concept for the Chestnut Hill Office Park. And so I'm just going to provide a broad strokes update on that. So it's 3 buildings. You have a 7-story residential, 14-story medical office with 2 levels of ground floor retail, 2 levels of parking. And then you have a 14-story hotel, hotel and events and conference facility, luxury condo with ground floor retail on the bottom floor. And the medical office building and the hotel building, both the ground floor commercial pieces of that will be oriented towards a central plaza area here. So in terms of the site circulation, there's, as in previous iterations, there's no vehicular connection to Heath Street. All of the circulation is internal to the site. What I would want to point out is that based on the previous iterations, which were the buildings had this orientation of more east-west running parallel to Boylston and Heath Street. Key difference is that they reoriented the buildings so they have more of a north-south orientation. The previous concerns of when with the west-east orientation running parallel to Heath Street, there were concerns about sort of this wall effect along Heath Street in particular. And then also concerns about sort of internal shadow impacts internal to the site that would undermine the value of the green space that they were proposing at that time. So it does seem that the reorienting more this north-south orientation has addressed a lot of those issues, and particularly mitigating the impact of the perceived height from the Heath Street perspective. So what I would underscore is that City Realty's most recent proposal is not in compliance with the town's most recent draft zoning. There are still several components that we are summarized on this slide, specifically the proposed step back requirements along Heath Street to sort of mitigate the impact of the height, open space and ground floor requirements that we're still working through. And we're looking to appropriately balance, the concerns and interests of neighbors, the town, and developers. In terms of next steps, we do have a community advisory. So this is the previous timeline that we were just talking about with the addition of upcoming community advisory group meetings. Late October, November, and then mid-December, we'll be presenting updates on design guidelines, the transportation study, and our progress on the zoning to receive feedback and direction.
At the end?
That's the end.
Hey, a little more than 10 minutes. Okay, any questions from the select board? Oh,
I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Meredith. Sounds like you've made a lot of progress. It's been a lot of work. Three quick questions. One, I give you the three questions and you can answer them if you want. The first, I wanted to understand affordable housing, how it's going to work, what's going to be on site, what might not be on site, and what may be a contribution to the Housing Trust Fund. What has been the feedback from the community so far on this latest proposal? I'd be curious. And then you had mentioned the net tax increase is one of the goals. Do we have that kind of penciled out yet as to what this one would be?
Yes, I think we'll take those in reverse order.
Sure.
And I might so it is our intention to do once we feel more confident in the scope of the zoning, to do sort of a ballpark analysis of what we think the potential in terms of tax growth could be, given a certain set of assumptions under the zoning overlay. I'd say most concretely at this point, we do have the City Realty development program, and we do have a fiscal impact model that we developed earlier on with our consultant RKG, which is also working on some of the comp plan work. And the fiscal impact model allows us to plug in different development programs and get an estimate of, considering the additional costs of that could be associated with the development, what's the net fiscal impact of the development? That's
I guess so. I
consideration.
don't want to make, I guess my question
So-
may have been more complicated. Can you just give me a range of a number of the net increase in taxes, not the fiscal impact?
So I don't have,
We don't have that yet?
that's on the to-do list, but I do think for, well, I guess I would look at Select Board Member Rubenstein.
We're not giving a number yet.
Mhm.
Range, is that it? That's fine.
Well,
That could be the answer.
so.
Mike Salmon had
that's-
said
that's-
15
wait,
million
Paul,
originally.
But Mike,
That's the answer from the staff.
Yep.
So in the conversations that I've had, I've been using the RKG model and, fixing a couple of problems with it to align it better with the program. That number has thus far been consistently over $5 million annually, net of additional costs to the town.
Okay.
So more revenue, subtract the costs. The program for the Chestnut Hill Office Park has been more than $5 million. But it's been bouncing around a little bit as their program has been changing.
Mike, is that a net increase or is that what it would generate?
That's a net increase.
Oh, that's a net increase. Okay.
Yes,
thank
so
you.
that takes into
I don't mean to
account.
corn you into a number, so.
No. I'm putting out that $5 million number because in my work with both the staff and developers, that is a number that I am targeting to exceed.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Working. What's that end?
Well, there's one question answered.
And then the question regarding community input.
It just, I know there was a lot of feedback from the community on various iterations. Is this directionally in line with support from the local community, or are you still getting the level of pushback that you were getting before?
So I do think there's something about the reorienting the north-south connection and sort of how that sort of shifts the perception of the height and the density was acknowledged as a step in the right direction. There are still a lot of concerns about the height and the density being considered. So we're working through that, but I think that there has certainly been progress made in terms of addressing the neighborhood concerns. I'd also want to point out, I should have mentioned this with the City Realty concepts, that they did also shift the height away from the western residential border towards Tully Street.
Okay.
So that's helpful. And then you'll also notice there's sort of the large vegetative border and sort of like a mini forest at that corner, which is going to be an important visual buffer, certainly for the neighbors.
And then the affordable housing question?
The affordable housing, so I think that's still a work in progress. Providing affordable housing is a priority, certainly. I think the only very concrete conversations that we've had, in consultation with the Housing Advisory Board was several months ago, and included one of our select board updates where the Housing Advisory Board indicated that they felt it would be reasonable to receive a cash in lieu for the condo piece.
Yep.
And I think that's kind of as far as we've gotten with the details of the affordable housing.
Go ahead.
Just a question I have. You referenced the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Report, and it looks like that's going to get going in October from your first slide. Can you describe what that will entail and how that will inform the various options presented with respect to small retail, hotel? I saw a brewery mentioned.
Sure. So the report is going to be packaging of all of the different study components that were included on the other slides.
Okay.
And so I think the draft zoning would be included as sort of an attachment and an appendix to that report. And I think in anticipating town meeting's consideration of the zoning, we feel it's important that the draft report and all of the recommendations be finalized by the end of the calendar year, and sort of have a bow on all of that in early January, so that people who are reviewing the warrant article proposal have the benefit of looking at the broader vision and recommendations as part of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study to really understand how that zoning piece is facilitating a broader vision and set of goals for the area.
Okay, I have a question that's actually related to concern that we may be over-regulating success. Newton's a city, and that makes a big difference. But I always wonder why Newton's side of Route 9 is so vibrant and our side is not. And the fact that they're a city is probably one aspect of the reason, but I don't think it's all. Can you comment or give me some insight as to what I'm missing here?
It's an interesting observation. I think the only thing that comes to mind is sort of the observation that in terms of commercial activity and what Chestnut Hill Square, the street, and the Simon Mall is contributing to Newton's tax base, I think certainly you could describe it as vibrant and impactful. I would also note that it's very car-centric and auto-oriented. And for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study, I think the direction and the focus is really on how do we make this feel like a less car-dominated place, because I think that the commercial area vibrancy that we're looking for, in being realistic about the geometries that exist in our stretch of Route 9 and Brookline, we really have to think through some strategies that would make the success of the area less dependent on the abundance of parking that those other developments have.
So what you're saying is that we're willing to give up development in order not to have as many cars around as Newton allows. I guess, my concern is,
I don't think I was saying that.
it can't be that, that I'm not sure where I'm going here, but I just don't think that it's an adequate answer that Newton allows massive parking, and therefore that is why they're what I call vibrant. And we're not going to be able to get there because we're going to restrict parking in an area that is not a neighborhood commercial district.
I don't,
I'm
I don't know if I was trying to make a point, but just to clarify, if you're referencing the other shopping areas, if you compare the amount of just surface parking that they have as part of those developments, I think in terms of geometry and what developers had to work with, they, that was sort of a benefit that the Brookline properties don't have. If you're looking at within the context of Brookline, the depth and dimension of particularly the 4.0 sites is very unique, but that's really just within the context of Brookline.
David?
I was going to say something similar, that I think the limitation we have is the depth of those parcels.
Yeah.
So the Newton side is extremely deep. And it's beyond just our values about whether we're okay with surface parking or not for cars. There's just way more land
Yeah.
on the other
But
side.
that's just one factor, it seems to me. You know, what are the other factors that Newton is getting right that maybe, I don't know, maybe we're not getting right? Michael?
Well, one thing that I would add, and I really commend the work on the zoning for this realization, is that the street is all basically owned by a single developer who has a very large property and can organize a program over a very large space. And on the Brookline side, there is less concentration of ownership over large spaces. Some of it allows them to just add more parking, but there are other benefits to common ownership over a very large space. And one of the things that we are trying to do, I think, in the zoning is both to encourage the common ownership of larger spaces. So for example, large developers who are aggregating smaller properties into larger programs, and also to make sure that the designs of those spaces are designs that lend themselves to larger areas. The second thing I would point out is that the current zoning, which for the CHOP side is restricted to office, I think has been pretty limiting in terms of what can be developed there. So the work that has been done in this study, I think will unlock a lot of opportunity within that space.
Paul?
Bernard, I think you raise a really interesting point. I don't necessarily agree with it 100%, but you're raising a point that a macro constraint is being put on the site, which is to not be a car-centric, right? To be more walkable. And I'll use St. Mary's as an example. I've lived in St. Mary's now for 8 years. I've seen its decline and I've seen its kind of rise from the ashes. The local walkable businesses weren't viable. There just wasn't enough business for the hardware store, right? There wasn't enough business for O'Leary's. There just wasn't enough walking business in the neighborhood to make these small kind of mom and pop type of shops viable. Until we had the density of restaurants. And remember, we have St. Mary's Tea Stop right there. We are on the sea line. And a huge number of students and population because of Fenway and the colleges. We're getting a ton of traffic now, foot traffic, bicycle traffic, car traffic, and tea traffic, which I don't think they have up in Chestnut Hill. So there is something to your point that I think we're potentially placing a constraint and have a vision for something. And if those neighbors and the butters don't actually shop, those businesses won't survive.
Mike?
First of all, I would agree with you that the vibrancy of the St. Mary's neighborhood is an example of lots of different modes of transportation all working together in order to add to the vibrancy of that space. And I would hope that the objectives of the Chestnut Hill commercial area study is to provide a better level of balance in order to add to the vibrancy of that area. And some of that is supplying parking for cars and ability of cars to access that space and properly, easily egress from that space as well, because there will be residences as well. The fact that we are allowing mixed use within that space also provides more opportunity for vibrancy, as well as aspects of the design that integrate that area into the broader neighborhood, whether it is the T, whether it is the neighbors to the west, or cars coming from more distant locations.
David?
Has there been any further discussion with Newton around a pedestrian bridge that would connect to the other side and that would allow people to potentially park on at the street and cross over by foot safely?
About that specific idea, no. I think we are gearing up for conversations with Newton about opportunities to collaborate on a vision for infrastructure improvements and how we can partner to maybe work with Mass DOT to get more priority and resources invested in making it easier to go back and forth across Boylston.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to add there, the holdup here is not Newton, it's the state. Right. You know, the state really controls and limits what we can and can't do. And I think if we were to wait until such time as the state was ready to have that kind of conversation, we'd be waiting forever. It's not to say that we aren't having those conversations. We are, but they just move at a different pace than we do. And it's one of the kind of tragedy of the commons problems, or what is it? Not tragedy, joint action problems, right? Because Massachusetts doesn't allow communities to do joint projects. We can't, for example, do joint bonding with Newton for a project. It's harder for us to do that kind of work. It's one of the areas that we have been internally talking with our legislative delegation about solutions for, but it's harder than it should be for communities in Massachusetts to work together to get infrastructure done.
Well, I'm certainly not trying to suggest that we wait. I definitely want this to go forward. My point is just as we're talking about the viability of businesses and the potential lack of parking, there is an abundance of parking on the other side.
Yes.
And so I hope that there will be some parallel tracks pursued to try to get approval for a safe crossing between the two sides. I think that would help immensely.
Absolutely. And I mean, it really is an ideal, it would be it's any, you know, something above, something below, something better than what we have now. And that's going to be in increments. It's not going to be overnight. You know, my guess is that we'll do work with the state to get the surface crossing in better shape than it is now. Then we can start talking about, do we go under it? Do we go over it? But that's going to take time, and it's going to take action at the state level for us to really be able to make a substantive long-term change.
Right.
I will just also note that one of the fiscal year 27 goals that we recently approved is actually to take on this very issue.
John?
Well, I think, Bernard, I think you're onto something, but I also think the answer is not resistance to parking or wanting to make it walkable. That's the problem here. As others have said, yeah, the street works because, in large part, because it's a much bigger area than the area we're talking about here, and most of it is parking. We can't do that here. I mean, it's just the whole area itself that we're working within is not big enough to get a reasonable amount of development to pay back a company that spent $40 million for this property, and also, provide for lots and lots and lots and lots of parking. So what do we have? We have a section of Chestnut Hill, excuse me, that isn't achieving its full potential. Pretty clearly that is true. It would be more open to possibilities, excuse me, if the ownership of the adjacent parking lot, there's this adjacent parking lot that runs along Tully Street. If the ownership of that parking lot were brought into the process of planning so that the area that's being planned would actually expand by the size of that Tully Street parking lot. And then you could, really talk about some exciting things. But so far that hasn't happened. So what do we do now? What always mystifies me about these processes is we seem to start from the assumption that the developer needs us to tell the developer what is an economically viable investment for the developer to make in the property. I always assume investors kind of have an idea of what would be an economically viable development, or they wouldn't have bought the property. And before you know it, the discussions get off track because the developer doesn't know if he has to say certain things or he or she to please, the people who are showing up at meetings, even though the developer doesn't think those are actually very good uses for the property. And the public keeps sort of coming to the meetings, assuming that the future of this development hinges on, them deciding what the development should be. And yeah, sure, we want to honor that as much as possible. I don't think, I live in this area. I've lived in this area ever since we lived in Brookline. I was on one side of Route 9 in the beginning, and then I was on the other side of Route 9 later. So I know both sides very well. I've actually ridden a bike to the Chestnut Hill, that whole street area. I think I'm probably the only person who's ever done that. Nobody walks to the street. Nobody takes their bike to the street. And it's not because they don't have enough bike infrastructure, or enough pedestrian infrastructure. It's because it doesn't work that way. I hope the developer is not going to be shy about what the developer thinks is going to work. And I hope that we will, to the extent that we can, and still sort of satisfy the interests of all of the abutting properties, I hope that we will at least start from the assumption that if we tell the developer our idea for the development is something that the developer thinks is not feasible economically, we're not going to get anywhere. And so we got to keep pushing towards, what does the developer say is economically viable for the development of this parcel? And how can we help the developer get there while at the same time respecting the wishes of the neighbors? Speech
Okay.
ended.
Yeah. I would just say, John, that you have very well articulated the balance of stakeholder interests that I think the staff is doing a commendable job. And I would also add Mike Sandman as the chair of the committee to balance the stakeholder interests of the developer, the town, and the neighbors and community members who have expressed those interests.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Next, Chaz is going to talk about the Expenditure and Revenue Committee, updating us on some developments.
Yeah, I wanted
and, where that committee is headed.
So we head into the home stretch of the Expenditure and Revenue Study Committee work, which is the nuts and bolts of the key questions that you have asked it to answer, which are, what are the opportunities for additional revenue development in Brookline other than raising taxes? What are the opportunities for expenditure reduction, modification, for efficiencies? And if there is to be a question on the ballot to the voters in May about asking them to raise their taxes, what does that look like? How big is it? What is it for? And what is the explanation for why it's necessary? The committee has elected preliminarily to split into 3 subcommittees to answer those questions and do the writing necessary to get a preliminary answer to you by the forecast date of December and have a full report out by the end of January, so that by that point, the process then shifts to the select board and that's in advance of the budget book being published, both the budget books for the school and the town, so that if there is a recommendation for an override of some kind, that we on staff have the knowledge necessary in order to put together a override budget and no override budget, which is what we do in those circumstances. And then you have the ability as the select board to hold public hearings, to hold whatever process that you feel is necessary before you need to make a final decision as to what goes on the ballot in mid-March, 60 days before the election. So actually early March. The Expenditures and Revenues Committee will split up into a group focused on the school side of the budget, into a group focused on the town side of the budget. Then, and this is focused on the current met and unmet needs, the priorities of the bodies and what's being met and what isn't. And then there's a third group focused on sort of the broader questions of how to seek longer term revenue increases and expenditure reductions. Previously, there was a subcommittee that has almost concluded its work on the structure of the town school revenue split. As you know, we currently have a system where we have all the revenue dollars that come in, except for to certain specialized funds, come in. They are shared expenses are paid for first, and then the remaining money is split roughly 60-40, currently more of like 59-41 between the schools and then all the other municipal departments. There were some questions there about whether we should shift that model, whether we should change it in any substantive way, whether we should shift to a model that just breaks all those things out. Ultimately, the recommendation was to keep the current sort of town school split model, but to, as much as possible, where practicable, eliminate sort of what they call the above the line expenses that don't go directly into the budget of the town or the schools, but are classified as shared expenses. Now, there are some things for which that's not practical or a good idea to do, for example, debt. But there are some things where that's a good idea to do, for example, healthcare. And the reason why is currently we pay for healthcare as a shared expense, which means that neither the town nor the schools, when we hire or let someone go, realize how that impacts our bottom line because we don't see it in our budget. It's already paid for. And all we see is the potential for the reduction in revenue as opposed to actually seeing the impact. And shifting this over actually in our current model will give the schools a slight benefit in their budget since the town is actually currently somewhat the beneficiary of this relationship. We get a little bit more of a benefit than the schools do from having that as a shared expense. We talked a bit about shared services. This remains, frankly, a point of contention between the town and the schools. But I will say that, both the superintendent and I are committed to having those conversations and working through them, figuring out what's working and what isn't in terms of how we provide services, how town departments provide services to the schools, and how those things are then reflected on the town side. I know there was great progress made with the rec department taking on adult and community education. That's a big success story. But that's one of many areas where we need to have revised and up-to-date guidelines on what services are provided and who pays for them. So that work needs to be done and needs to be, the focus of our attention. As we potentially go to the voters and provide them, if we're to ask, if the town is to ask the voters for additional funds, I want us to be confident that we are at least moving in the right direction in terms of shared services and that we're not leaving money or on the table or having these situations where it's unclear what the roles and responsibilities of the various parties are. So updating all of those memoranda of understanding, having clear functions set forth is a priority, certainly on the town side. And I know on the school side as well. I just think it's a question of what are those services. So that's the update in terms of where we are. I will say that I think one of and I will say that the team on the staff side of the schools have really been working under very difficult circumstances, with an interim superintendent coming in the middle of this process, really not having senior leadership around, having major turnover in that office, losing some of the support staff that they relied on to do some of that work. So I just want to acknowledge the incredibly hard work that the superintendent, Bella Wong, and the deputy superintendent, Susan Givens, have done in doing their best to both, one, open the schools on time, and two, address the serious issues involved at this committee. The committee has submitted a number of specific questions about school-related projects and issues that have been identified that track the CLA report that came out in the spring, which the select board paid for. And the schools are providing a response to those questions at the next NRC meeting, which will be early next week. We postponed it from Wednesday because of the holidays. And then I think from there, the big question on the school side is going to be, what is a level funded budget? What does that mean? When we talk about level funding, do we mean doing nothing different? Do we mean proceeding with the sort of services that the schools want to implement, particularly what they call the stepped approach, that allows for in-classroom interventions for students that need additional help short of special education plans? Does that mean implementing the literacy curriculum that the schools are trying to move forward with as they've implemented the math curriculum? Those are the kinds of questions that the school subcommittees are going to answer. On the town side, the question is going to be about comparable communities, how our costs have increased compared to other communities, what the source of the overages in certain departments are. We continue to look obviously at overtime in public safety. We look at the cost of roadway work in the Department of Public Works, because we know that those are community priorities. And the questions there are going to be, where are the opportunities for efficiencies? And then what are the community's priorities in that regard? Right now, in the initial outlay of the community priorities that I laid out to the Expenditures and Revenues Committee at the end of the summer, the focus was on public safety, restoring the not the cut positions, the held open positions. Those positions are not cut, but we're realizing savings from them. In the police department, controlling the fire overtime budget, and then dealing with roadways and sustainability in the Department of Public Works, and where possible, also addressing the issues identified in terms, any remaining issues identified in terms of pay disparity, particularly within the classes that currently don't have steps within the Department of Public Works, where the salary is flat and there's no opportunity for advancement. But that's part of a broader analysis that was conducted of the Public Works budget that's going to take more time to phase in. So all of those things are on the table on the town side, in addition to the maintenance, what we call the maintenance of effort. Right now, based on the healthcare numbers and everything else that we're looking at, the projected gap between revenues and expenditures on the town side, assuming we did nothing different, is around 3.5 million. That's up from 3.2 million earlier in the year. We expect that to go up again. Again, healthcare is just the runaway driver of costs here. We're looking at another banner year of healthcare cost increases. And, it's a compounding problem. We really are struggling with our healthcare costs. And there's no immediate relief in sight from the state or elsewhere. We are also looking, frankly, at a tough environment with our grants. We heard this weekend that our UASI allocation has been reduced significantly by the federal government. We've heard on the emergency services side that the mass MEMA administered grants that pass through from the federal governments have been reduced, which has an impact on things like CERT and MRE, our volunteer emergency response teams. All of that plays a part in what any sort of final recommendation is here. The reason why I wanted to bring this update to you was because I wanted to, one, hear your thoughts, concerns about any of the foregoing, but two, just raise the issue that one of the things that may come out of this are conditional recommendations from the Expenditures and Revenues Committee. That is to say, we recommend you put an override on the ballot if the schools in town agree to do X, Y, and Z. For example, if the town and schools are able to come to an understanding with regard to shared services, if the town and the schools are able to, implement the findings of the CLA report. I will say we've made significant progress towards a memorandum of understanding, which was contemplated as the next step. And I want to thank the superintendent for her work on that. We should have a document ready to present to you in the next 2 weeks, I'd say, reflecting the CLA report and the recommendations there. And then in the fall, the director of the Office of Student Services is going to present to the school committee on the issues that were identified in the CLA report regarding special education and student services there, what's been done to correct for those issues, and how to prevent the issues identified in the report going forward. So I think in all those areas, there's trending in the right direction. I just want to be clear to the select board that it's entirely your call what goes on the ballot and why, and what the conditions of that ballot access are. So as we move towards, as we on staff work with this committee to move towards a potential recommendation, and as you remain tuned into this, we welcome any feedback that you have in terms of what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you need to hear from us, and what the potential caveats or conditions on any ballot question would be. I would also just flag one last piece of great news, which is that we were selected by the Harvard Kennedy School Field Lab as a project for them. So we now have support from a number of Masters in Public Policy students who are going to be working with us on the structure and layout of any potential override. For example, looking at past practice with regard to, is it a cafeteria override where you have a number of questions on the ballot for certain things? Is it a single question override, which is what Brookline has usually done? Is it a pyramid structure override where you say vote for question 1A or 1B, which is what we had last time? Question 2A passed and 2B did not. So they're going to be doing some deep digging into that and into the strategies for how such things are messaged. So both a look at the data, the processes, and the outcomes across other communities. So that's the update on that front. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any thoughts
you.
you have.
Any questions or comments? John?
Well, I was going to say, tell the academic team if they want to know, or a case study of how sometimes bundling questions on a ballot can lead to disaster. Yeah. They need to look no further than bundling of a couple of bonded debt items a few years back. And that can, if you're not careful, become the issue. It's like, if I like this but not that, why do I have to vote for both?
Right.
I'll just show my displeasure by voting against the whole thing. And that's the only way I can show my displeasure. So it can be dangerous. This is a hypothetical question, and I don't want to be misunderstood in asking it. But if the schools came to us at the end of this process and said, we really have to have an override for our purposes, would we ever, just say that's their business, let them put an override on, regardless of whether we think, they've done their job? How much autonomy do they have to try to meet their own needs by accessing the ballot for override money?
None.
None, right?
None.
Okay.
You are the only people who decide what goes on the ballot.
But we can hardly expect to say we've dealt with them fairly if, we won't allow them access to the ballot.
And that's why I think that this committee process is so important, the comedy of it. We got comity.
Comity, yes.
Sometimes there's comedy with a
yeah.
D, but comity with a T is so important. We have to stay engaged together in this, the town and the schools, the select board and the school committee. If we just fall to pieces, if we go back to our corners and if we're at loggerheads with each other, it's not going to work. We've got to listen to one another and hear the needs. And I think that's an area, for example, I think the school leadership, the staff team has done a good job of communicating with our staff on our side about the issues they identified in the special education world and how they've been resolving them. And then kind of the message that we've been giving in return is, this is great. And now the community needs to hear how that work is being done so that the confidence can be restored. And we can do that in such a way that people, if there's that question on the ballot, people feel confident that, okay, the schools have their house in order. And it's the same thing on the town side. You know, we have to demonstrate to the community, if we're going to ask for an additional amount of revenue from property taxes, that we're good stewards of that money, that we're not sending good money after bad. And so that's our, you know, that's our commitment. But it requires us to work together. We really do, you know, there's not a town side and a school side to this argument. There is a community side to this argument. And it's just, there are two separate elected bodies that have to figure out how to make that case to the community that about what their needs are and whether or not a ballot question is the right way to go about it.
And this is my only other question. When I discuss this with people in general, and I'll say to them, well, you know, it remains to be seen. Yeah, it looks like we might have a ballot override question in 26, but maybe not till 27. And people's reaction, no, are you kidding? It's not gonna, they're not gonna wait till 27. We keep hearing that we need it now.
Yeah.
So they sort of feel like it's already been decided. There's going to be an override question. Has it already been decided?
No, but I do think it's more likely than not. I've said that in the past, and I just said I'm not trying to hide the ball there, but I ultimately, you know, I also want to be respectful of the fact that, again, that the buck stops with you. You know, if you're not satisfied that the work hasn't been done, that the work has been done to justify that, then we shouldn't expect to have something on the ballot. And that's the level of confidence that I want us to have coming out of this. I don't want this to be an idle exercise and where at the end of the day, someone says, oh, you know, this is the number that will make us feel better about our budget. Like, no, we've got to justify what we're asking for, and we've got to demonstrate that we're going to be good stewards of that money if that's what we're asking.
Oh, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Bernard. And thanks, Chaz, for the update. So I guess I'm going to have a couple of points, but I'm going to ask a question. I want to make sure that I understand this. And I'm going to do it in the form of a question. The Revenue Expense Study Committee is not going to filter information to us or options, right? They're not a decision body. They're not a recommendation body. They are an analytical body that says X, Y, Z. These are the factors. These are whatever. And if, you know, I'm going to make something up, but let me just first start as
Sure.
The Revenue Expense Study Committee is not filtering to us.
No, I do think it is a recommendations making body. It is tasked with providing you with a recommendation, but it is not going to do that by giving, you know, it's going to be providing you the data and the materials for it.
Yeah, so I would want the Revenue Expense Study Committee to make a vote on the accuracy of the data. I wouldn't want the Revenue Expense Study Committee to take a vote on whether we should have an override or not, because you've got a mix of people in there, anti-tax people on that group and pro-tax people. So I don't think that it should be a raise your hand type of vote on, you know, should we put this operating override for the schools forward or for the town forward to the select board. It should be, do we believe that this information is accurate to the best of our knowledge and due diligence? I do not want that committee selecting my options for me as a board member, and I hope they wouldn't select the options by filtering information to this board.
Well, they're not going to select our options, but they are going to make a recommendation, because the committee is analyzing the data and determining whether it's accurate,
right?
As opposed to us getting all this data that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Accurate, and then us trying to analyze it to determine whether.
So let me take it. I'll peel the onion a little bit further so you can get it where I'm getting at. So let's take the town side, for instance, right? Our costs are growing at a certain rate, and our ability to raise revenue is capped at 2.5%. I know sometimes it's 3%, right?
Yeah.
Plus growth. So sometimes it's like 3%, I think, is on average. I would hope that the committee would say, we have validated the efficiency gains. We have validated the potential revenue in the future. We feel it's in line with expectations. These are the costs. We vetted the cost numbers, and I'm just going to make up imaginary numbers, very low numbers. You know, if our costs grow as currently planned, without any changes, it's going to be, I'm making up just funny numbers, $100, right? That's what our budget is. And our ability to raise revenue would limit us to $95 because that's 2.5.
Mhm.
And the select board would then have an option. Do we want to make up that gap and put that in front of the voters and make a case for it? And then help them understand that if we didn't raise that money, what the consequences would be, right? This would be the consequences of service cuts. I would want to do the same thing on the school side. So when I say that I'm hoping that the study committee will present, I want them to confirm that we've identified the efficiency gains, we've confirmed the revenue growth, we've confirmed the expense numbers, and this is what the trajectory is. And if select board, you can decide to put something on the ballot or not. But we need the information to be able to provide it. What I don't want to have happen is the committee to go, the school spends too much money. They've been spending too much money for decades. They want 10 million. We're going to only give them 5. That would be detrimental to the credibility of that committee. And I would hope that that information would flow directly to us and not filtered.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
Understood.
Michael.
So I have a couple of sort of more detailed oriented questions, and then I want to make a comment on what Paul was talking about, just to understand the process a little better. So first of all, thank you for the report, and please thank the committee for all of their work. When you were talking about efficiencies and potentially consolidated services, I've heard of things like, legal or IT, et cetera. And I am aware that some of the concerns about that potential consolidation on the school side has to do with the level of service that they might get from the consolidated services.
Yep.
So my question is, has there been any discussion about implementing service level agreements as either as part of the memorandum of understanding or in developing consolidation processes? And are those service level agreement discussions, if they are occurring, helping to assuage the concerns that come with consolidation?
Yes and no. I would say this is a matter of building trust, right?
Mhm.
And I think it's also just a matter of being able to demonstrate that we're not doing this because it's the way it's always been done. We're not doing this to maintain structures that aren't working. It's about assuaging that fear, which I think is a legitimate one of, if we don't control, if we don't have any sort of, meaningful ways of controlling this, then we're going to get ignored, or our priorities aren't going to be respected, or we're going to have to jump through unnecessary hoops to do basic things that we want to do that we view as core mission. So I hear that from school committee members. I hear that from school staff. I hear that message loud and clear. And so my goal on this is to demonstrate the utility of this by building that trust. And so where we're actually starting is we're starting small. We're starting with a project to build a working group to unify our Munis activities. Munis is our financial system of record. And for a while now, we've had all sorts of different users in there. The school side operations and the town side operations have gotten better. But there's still a gap between how we use the system and when we don't use the system, how we talk to each other, how we verify all those things. And again, trend in the right direction, but we need to do more. And so I've said to the superintendent is, I'll sit in whatever meeting you need me to sit in. If you're concerned that you're not getting the results you need from town staff, then let's escalate it. Let's make it happen. Let's make sure that you feel confident that your needs are being heard and addressed.
Yeah.
But also, let's get those on paper. Let's put that out there so that we have a clear understanding of what it is that you need, and what it is that we can and can't provide. Because it's also, I think on our side, the team has really done great work. For example, Fang Yang, our IT director, did the deep dive necessary in thinking about, we have two different entire systems of, we have two different operating platforms. The schools use Google and the town uses Microsoft. And, I looked at that and said, well, why do we do that? That's what, it seems to me that would be a waste. That's a waste. And Fung has done the deep analysis on it and says, well, realistically, when you factor in the cost of adaptation, the cost of rebuilding this out, the cost of the licenses, it's roughly the same. So you really have to think about the efficiencies in terms of security and technology, but not necessarily dollar value when you think about shifting either the schools to Microsoft or the town to Google, which I think would probably be the more likely option, as much as I hate to say it, since I'm I'm more familiar with the Microsoft ecosystem. But it's not about what I want. It's about what works best.
Right. So the fact that you said, and get this on paper
Yes.
is very important, and I would lift up and encourage that.
That is the end goal.
So that was question number one. Question number two was, you didn't talk about ARPA funding and the fact that that funding is sunsetting.
Yes.
In terms of the override and necessary programs. And I'm wondering whether that sunsetting of ARPA is being, how that sunsetting of ARPA funding is being incorporated into the question of
Yes.
revenues.
Great question. We are incorporating that in there. I will say, and not to pat ourselves on the back, but maybe a little bit, we have done better than most communities in terms of not putting operating expenses into ARPA. So whereas other communities are facing a larger ARPA cliff than we are at the end of calendar year 26, ours is around $400,000. And of that, some of that is, for example, our budget analyst position. That's because that's our ARPA specialist position. So that's a significant chunk of that money. The other big things on there are, payments for some of the hybrid services that we receive, our Zoom licenses. So it's not nothing, but we are taking that into account. We're factoring in what the contours of any potential override ask or efficiencies would look like.
Okay. Thank you. So the comment that I wanted to make to feed on top of what Paul was saying, in terms of what a ballot question might be, I've sort of heard two different things that I'd appreciate clarification on. One is the idea that we might go to the voters for an override that seeks to support critical programs and name those programs specifically, such as, the World Language Program in past years, or the after-school athletics program, or something else within the town, the roadways budget, for example. And the other thing that I heard from Paul's explanation is, there is the level of revenue that we can get, and then there is the level of the increase in our costs, and there is a gap. And if we don't fill that gap, then that has ramifications across our entire budget. So the question I have is in terms of how you're making recommendations on the budget, or how you're thinking about how we talk about this to the community. That seems like two very different messaging styles.
You're right.
And do you have opinions, or are you coming up with recommendations? This may not be a data analysis question. This may be a marketing question in terms of how to talk about whether this is an override that's intended to support the entire budget, or an override that is intended to support specific critical programs in the presence of increasing costs across the budget.
And I really think it's going to be more the latter than the former, right? I view this as more of a meat and potatoes style situation, or a keeping the lights on situation. Pick your metaphor. This is what we are facing is a continuity of service problem, right? If we don't come up with the revenues in some way, either by reducing expenditures or increasing the capacity of revenue that we bring in, we run the risk of cuts. And that's a very real risk.
And we wouldn't necessarily, in the process of the ballot initiative, identify those cuts.
We would. We would absolutely identify those cuts. Because we have to, right? In the event that an override doesn't pass,
right?
And that's our budget. And that's what we go to town meeting with.
Right.
And so, what that would be, we would want to make that case as clear, it's a negative case, unfortunately. If we don't do this, then this will happen.
Right.
The positive case is more complicated. I think the last override that passed was was a mix of being able to say, look at all the good things we can do, and also, you know, particularly on the school side, but on the town side too, there was $500,000 in that override for continuity of service. You know, look at what we would have to lose in the event that we didn't do this. We're just in a different position than we were, particularly again with those drivers and cost. So I don't want people to feel as though you're looking at a situation where, oh, we're going to get all these great new things out of a potential override. I don't think that's the case. I think what little would remain in terms of anything beyond continuity of service would be for critical things like public safety, like public works. With that said, obviously, all of that filters through your priorities. And so, you know, the area that I've been, you know, hammering on in particular is sustainability. You know, the benefits that we reap from having a well-developed sustainability division, I think, are worth the investment. And I think it's a message that I've heard from you and the community that's of importance, that we have that well-developed service that then provides those dividends while also creating the positive externality of fossil fuel free, moving towards fossil fuel freedom. So that's an area where I think you make the positive case, but you also, unfortunately, you know, then are on the negative side of saying we don't, you know, we've been very fortunate to have the capacity that we've had, thanks to ARPA, the generous anonymous donation, all of those things to get to where we are now. And now we need to figure out what the long term, you know, we have a clear message in terms of how successful it's been, and what the future success looks like. And then we just need to make that case, if that's the case we're making, to the voters.
Got it. Thank you.
David.
You talked about looking at efficiencies with the school department and specifically Munis and Office of Town Council. What about HR? Where does that stand? And are there any other efficiencies you've been exploring?
We already do some sharing of services with HR. That's going to be important to codify. For example, some of the benefits work that we do is shared. HR is unique. You know, we've done some digging into this. I agree with the school department. We don't want to be in a situation where we're, for example, hiring teachers, where the town side is also dealing with the hiring and discipline of teachers. That's a complex subset of HR that we're not equipped to handle, certainly not at our current staffing levels. But in terms of where there are duplication of efforts in terms of benefits administration and so forth, yes, we are looking at efficiencies there.
Okay, thank you, Chaz.
Thank you.
Yes. Next, we have some warrant articles to hold public hearings on. First, warrant article 14, resolution regarding contact information for public officials. And I see Regina Frawley is volunteering to be the person speaking for that.
Regina Frawley, town meeting member, constable for the town of Brookline, resident, public, and it's really geared only to elected officials. I'm not including all officials. It's about elected officials. And the desire is that what many call a no-brainer, that if you ask people for their vote, you should also be easily accessible to them to answer their concerns or meet their needs in the future. So when I was first elected as a constable in 2018, as I recall, we were on the town website. And until this January, I had no idea that allegedly for years, I haven't proven yet, but they claim since 2021, we were taken off the town website. One of the constables noticed that. But my concerns are broader than that, and that I've run it by the State Ethics Commission, and they're on board with this, that this is about all elected officials because you are elected by the public. And you're responsible for those even who didn't elect for you, residents, et cetera, because you're elected officials. And you should be available. They should ring your phone and say, a tree fell on my street and nobody's doing anything about it, and hope that you would help them get that service. So we each, as elected official, have our missions that we are responsible for. And the issue of constable is merely because that's where the evidence came that it wasn't happening, that not all elected officials were on the town website. So, and because emergencies do happen, not just trees falling, but emergency court cases that are done. I've dealt with one myself where suddenly there was an emergency even on a holiday. A judge had to come in and handle a situation, a human situation. They needed a constable to be able to serve those papers. So it's that simple. As you know, the subcommittee last night voted for it, but they had one amendment. They don't want your addresses of the actual physical home addresses. I have rather reluctantly agreed to it because I think that they should be able to come with a poster in front of our house and complain if we're not doing our job. I mean, I really think it's overreached and worrisome and unnecessarily so, but fine. But the phone contacts will be there, and the email address for those who access the internet. We have residents, very highly educated residents, who do not have the internet. So the phones do have to be there for them to reach you. So that's pretty much it. We are declared, there's a mystery as to why this ever happened, because we are, according to the State Ethics Commission in 1971, the Board of Selectmen then declared us special municipal employees, and that is always geared toward conflict of interest. So in other words, there's more latitude because you need the services for your community, in this case, constables. It could be other elected officials, and that they're given a certain latitude for the so-called conflict of interest, that in order to provide it, because the need for the service is greater than the potential for the conflict of interest. Now, that would not include egregious fraudulent behavior on the part of somebody, but it definitely is most of the fact that you just can charge fees for your services does not constitute a conflict of interest under this law. So we have in the audience two of the other co-petitioners, and I don't know if they'd like to add something before you have questions. Joe Figler, who's the most experienced of all our constable for sure. And Arthur Conquest, who's not a constable, but he cares about public process.
Okay, any questions?
Just a quick one. Thanks, Regina, for bringing this up. I never thought of Googling myself and see if I was on a law. I am because they call me that about rats and trees and all the other stuff. But it is a good point you make. Under the, and I don't know why they disappeared if you're saying they were on before, but under the town clerk section of the website, there is a state and federal elected officials, and lists everybody. Seems like it wouldn't be very complicated to add our other local elected officials, but I'm not sure if that would be a hard thing to do, but it seems like a reasonable thing to do. And so I think you happened to touched on something that seems to be correct. We should be publishing our elected officials.
Doesn't the clerk currently list town meeting members who are elected, of course?
They're on the town website. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
Out of the TMA site, though, is that the town site or is that the town meeting
office?
No, it's important to know we're talking about the town website, the official town website.
Okay, so separate from the clerk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mike?
First of all, thank you for bringing this forward. I had a couple of questions. So section 3.4 of the general bylaws, which I'm sure you're familiar with, outline the roles and responsibilities of the town clerk. And this section already contains other routine functions such as sending notices to people according to resolutions passed by town meeting. So I'm curious why you made the choice to structure this as a resolution as opposed to a bylaw change for section 3.4 to require the town clerk to take this action.
Absolutely. Contrary to some perceptions, I'm actually very well trained in diplomacy. And one builds up
Uh-huh.
structurally. And so I started with in-person meetings.
Mhm.
I, in March, sent a letter to town council that was never responded to, asking simply for the legal foundation. Something, if it turned out there was a legal foundation, that would be the end of it. And then I met with our town state rep, rather, and we talked about whether this should be binding. And I decided it should be a resolution of good faith. It's about good faith negotiating, if you will. And everybody should be in good faith. And right now I am. And I hope that you are. And my goal, though, is to get a commitment from the Board of Selectmen that this will be protected going forward, that this will be a policy decision that only you can make, that elected officials will be on the town website so people can find the people they vote for.
Yeah. So that one of the reasons I asked this question is because the town clerk is also an elected official, and their duties are prescribed in that section of the bylaw. And, you know, in order to get the commitment that I think you are seeking and I support, I think it being clear in their roles and responsibilities is actually an easier result to maintain over time. You know, the town clerk may change, the select board members may change. From my perspective personally, I think converting this resolution into an actual bylaw change would actually make things easier and more consistent and clear over time. So I appreciate your diplomacy, and I also appreciate the need for clarity over time. So my second question specifically has to do with the question of the determination of contact information. When I read the article, I didn't see any specific definition of what contact information was to be specified. And you had mentioned in your remarks that addresses would not be included, though I will note that addresses are included in the TMMA list, which includes all of this.
That's not my wish. That was the amendment last night.
Fair enough. But do you have thoughts on like who should be the body that determines what contact information is provided, since it's not specified in the resolution?
It may not seem to be specified, but it's generic. It's people need to be able to contact you, which is why I prefer also the address be there, because some people can walk up to your door.
Right.
By not putting the address, unfortunately.
Right. This is again one of those questions where I think clarity is actually helpful in specificity. So if you accept an amendment that is negative, that says we do not include addresses, I think it would be helpful for everybody's understanding to include the things to specify the things that we do include.
All the discussion has been a email address and a phone number that they actually can reach you at.
I think that including those in the resolution would be helpful.
I'm not sure that the moderator will call him, but I'm not sure he'll allow it because he might perceive that as expansion. I just don't know. But from the beginning, that's all we've ever said.
I think the moderator is usually pretty generous with resolutions.
He can be, yeah.
Resolutions.
He can be.
Okay, John.
Just to point out something, because this is a really important question, and I'm grateful to Regina for raising it. At the same time, I think it's a little bit more complicated than people might immediately perceive. For example, even though on the page that contains the names of the members of the select board on the Brookline website, my name and the other members' names are listed, but not their phone numbers, not our phone numbers. if I Google search the question, how do I reach John Van Scoik, member of the Brookline Select Board? My name and my address and my email address and my phone number come up because there's a directory that is embedded somewhere on the town website.
Mhm.
So in a sense, if what is true for me is true for the other members of the board and for a lot of other people on boards and commissions, we've already done it, and so I'm a little confused as to the status of things.
We actually argued last night, and it was universally accepted that when you run for elective office and you're on the ballot, your address is there.
Right, right.
Your full address is there. So most of us did not see a reason. In the original, just before they took a vote, before somebody raised the question of the address, they were all happy with having all of it there. You're going to have to ask them why they think it's okay.
Yeah,
But
I guess
anyway, just to move it along, I
Yeah.
certainly said, well, I won't fight it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank
But
you,
if you're out there asking people for your vote, and in order to do that, it's out there who you are, where you live, what might imply your biases or your reason why you might, like whether you live on one side of Route 9 or the other side of Route 9, as you talked about, there could be reasons for knowing what you're about, what your purposes are.
Mhm.
And people should be able to say, hey, you either did it or you didn't, or I'd like you to do it. They should be able to find her, and they should be able to find all elected officials. And that was what they called a no-brainer last
Yeah,
night.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Let's open up the public hearing.
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, there were no individuals who signed up in advance of the meeting. If there's anyone online who wishes to speak on warrant Article 14, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. There are 5 individuals in the room, 16 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, let's close the public hearing. And what do you want to do? Vote now or, well, actually, I don't think we can vote now because we don't really have a final warrant article, and not including addresses is very important to me. And we live in a period of time when, people can find your address one way or another, but we should be aware of the fact that that has some risk. So
In truth, there is,
I'd like to, defer the vote until we have a final resolution.
well, the fact that the constables themselves, I would argue the third most risky elected or appointed job in town after the fire department and the police, the constables go out there and they're at risk when they do certain services. And we don't mind having our addresses. That's all I can say about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mike.
I mean, it seems like the purpose of this resolution is to help compel the town clerk to be able to provide this information. So, I agree with you both that, if you use the internet and want to search for this information, you're going to be able to find it. But it's really a question for those people who want the town to support a standard process through the town clerk, that's where this resolution has value.
Right, and individuals could, if they could opt in to have their address published or opt out to not have their address published with the town clerk,
Sure.
right?
I do think you were sent the final wording of the amendment. I believe that was sent, I was online last night when she sent it. So I'm pretty sure you got it. Maybe you didn't find it, but you got it. And it was approved by the moderator, apparently, as an amendment.
Could we have a better understanding about what the requirements are for publication of addresses? So when you're on the ballot, your address appears, period. Is that the full extent of it in terms of publication of address? Beyond that, municipalities have choice?
That's my understanding, although town council is online.
Did you have a chance to see all the examples I Xeroxed? And
Yes.
most people have the full number and address for just about every elected office in any community I was able to research.
So Joe Callahan, Town Council, I understand David's question was about if you're an elected official and your name and address is on the ballot, would that be a problem repeating that information on the website? No, it wouldn't be. But also there's kind of an obligation to have some type of form of contact for elected officials. This is the First Amendment right to petition and redress your grievances. So you need some way of being able to get in touch with your elected officials. I think this issue, and Ben Kaufman is much more familiar with the issues related to constables. The issue was whether we could connect on the town's website their business addresses, like their business website. And that we can't do. But if it's strictly, giving their name and address or name and email or phone number, that is certainly something we can do. And as one board member pointed out, we do that for the federal elected officials. But we point out their office address. We don't point out their campaign address, for example.
Or their personal address.
Or their personal address, right? Yeah.
And a Google Voice number.
But our elected officials don't have offices like that. They're select people. You're literally just people that organized in order to keep things orderly in the town. That's what representative town meeting was all about to begin with.
I had an office until the Busy Bee closed. No,
I thought it was open again.
not yet.
It's coming
Not yet.
back.
It's coming back.
Okay, so what are we gonna do here?
Could we, we usually vote on these things the next.
Okay,
wait a
we'll
week
do it
and-
next
Yeah,
time.
I mean, I'm inclined to support it, but it would be to see if there's any more changes that come, just
Yeah,
to get it. And I know, Michael, you may want to get a little bit more specific.
yeah. Yeah, so
But if you do need it to eventually be a bylaw, whether it passes or not, there's also the court to go to, because there is some issue here with that you're denying people the right to know who their elected officials are. I told you, I
yes, no,
researched.
I appreciate your diplomacy.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the version in version 10 of the packet, and I don't see where the specifics of the contact information are enumerated. If they are, then please let me know where. That's all.
Hey, can you identify where?
I think the goal, if you see it's 24 hours, is one of the requirements. Also be available at the clerk's office by any staff member, because currently they're not doing that. But the 24 hours is important because things do come up, and that's the website then.
Yep.
Some communities, I don't know if you went through it enough, and I think I did print that out. There's at least one community, yet their website refers you to the local police, who will give you that information on a 24-hour basis.
Right.
So they make it very clear on their website that if you want to find these people, the police will be able to provide it at any time of the day or night. We're not like that.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, what is the contact information that is being provided? That does not seem
What
to be.
you have to ask yourself, what would the contact be for you?
You get it.
It's whatever it
Am I
takes
not
to
gonna
contact you.
this question? Okay.
So
It's
Mike-
generic and it's inclusive.
So Michael, I'm wondering if maybe for our next time, if you have some specific language that you'd like to tweak, run it by the moderator and bring it and see if
Okay.
there's some enhancements.
Okay,
But my sense is you're supporting this. You just want it to be a little bit more specific.
that's right.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
I'll send up smoke signals if you prefer to be contacted that way, but thanks. Thank Michael.
Warrant Article 19, resolution regarding the use of the 25th Amendment to remove Donald Trump from office. Mr. Margolis, tell us how we're going to do this as a select board or a town.
Thank you. John Margolis, town meeting member, precinct 7, and also a library trustee, neither of which are particularly relevant here except as a citizen. You have probably heard people who've said that if Donald Trump were your grandfather, you'd take away the car keys. Well, Donald Trump is a grandfather who has the keys to nuclear weapons. I think it's at least a matter of debate as to whether he has the mental capacity to continue as President of the United States. Fortunately, the 25th Amendment provides a mechanism for dealing with situations in which a president lacks the capacity to continue in office, whether it's mental or psychological capacity or physical capacity. The vice president and a majority of the cabinet can move the president temporarily. The president can then seek to get back into office, and it goes to Congress. And if Congress does not support that, then the president is permanently removed. This resolution calls upon the vice president and the cabinet to move under the 25th Amendment to remove Mr. Trump from office. Now, people who believe that he is of sound mind will vote against this resolution. People may have no opinion, that's fine. But this is an opportunity for Brookline to speak out at a time when there are a great many of us who believe strongly that Mr. Trump lacks the capacity to continue in office. And I'm not talking about politics. I don't know that there's a single issue that I agree with Mr. Trump about. But this is simply the relatively narrow question: is he competent to remain in office? That's what this is about.
Any discussion? Michael, you have your hand up.
Sure. So I don't know whether you expect this resolution to lead to the removal of the president. I don't. But I'm curious as to what is your goal in asking town meeting to adopt this resolution, and what is your broader strategy for reaching that goal of which this resolution may be a part?
Well, if town meeting agrees that Mr. Trump is incompetent, my goal is for the town of Brookline to go on record as urging those who have the power to invoke the 25th Amendment to do so, to speak as a municipal body. I would note that in 2005, someone who was not there then in office in town meeting brought a resolution to impeach George W. Bush over the Iraq War. It passed. I remember it well because I was the sponsor. It didn't lead to his impeachment, but it was speaking out. It was doing what the First Amendment allows us to do as citizens and as a body of citizens, the town of Brookline. That's what this is about.
Okay. And my second question is, do you think that this resolution will have any impact, either positive or negative, on the function of the executive branch of Brookline's town government?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose it's possible if you believe that the federal government would take revenge on the executive branch of the town government because the citizens through town meeting, if they pass this resolution, express the opinion that the resolution embodies. But I would say the answer is most likely no.
Thank you.
John.
I confess that this isn't what I thought it would be when I saw there was going to be a town meeting article, dealing with expression of opinion as to Trump's continuance in office. I thought for sure it was impeachment on the basis of all of the various overreaches that people have identified with him, overreaches in terms of the courts, overreaches in terms of you name it, and this is very different. This seems to be predicated upon, a part of the Constitution that seems to be written for the purpose of dealing with when there's, as you say, incapacity. But I think what was envisioned is, unable to perform the duties of the office, maybe had a heart attack, maybe, is on one's deathbed, whatever. And it also relies on the people in his administration to bring the action. So I'm confused.
If I had drafted the 25th Amendment, perhaps it would have been drafted differently.
Uh-huh.
That is what the system is.
Yeah.
I will tell you, as a matter of personal opinion, I don't like Mr. Vance's politics either, but I think he is sane.
Mm.
I think he is psychologically competent. I would note that there is actually a historical example where Woodrow Wilson suffered from a stroke, which was largely hidden from the public, remained in office, I believe, for 19 months after the stroke.
Yeah.
I would say that's probably a case where he was not psychiatrically competent to remain in office. Today, perhaps he would have been moved aside. Would that have been better or not? That has to remain unknown.
I just worry that you're walking down a path where a lot of people are going to want to express some displeasure with Trump, but they'll find this to be not the right way to do it. And so they'll feel like, oh, now it's going to say Brookline rejects, criticism of Trump, and people are going to feel like there's no way to come out of this with the public clearly understanding what Brookline has done.
It's funny because as you asked that question, my first reaction was, well, then fewer people will line up to speak on the resolution, which might be a good thing at that point, late in town meeting.
David?
I agree with John. I think that the last point he just made, do you have any concerns about the broader message if this does not pass town meeting? Is that going to be construed as supporting Trump? So I agree with John that when I first heard that a warrant article was coming before town meeting, and I agree with many of the whereas clauses, that it was going to be the impeachment route. I'm very concerned about using saying that we believe the 25th Amendment's an appropriate route when very clearly its origin was more around medical and physical incapacity. I think that this borders more on politicizing what has a medical origin. I read some more background information on this, and Congress first took this up seriously when Eisenhower was president. He had a heart attack. He was hospitalized for 7 weeks. He was barely in Washington. Communication wasn't the greatest. He worked out sort of a side agreement with then Vice President Nixon, which looks somewhat like what the ultimate 25th Amendment became. Basically, I'm not available to discharge my duties now, so you, Vice President Nixon, will be acting president, and when I'm ready to come back, I will resume the position. And that very much mirrors the language that eventually got adopted in 1967 after the Kennedy assassination. I think if we politicize this, we run also the unintended consequence of seeing this weaponized against presidents for whom there aren't really any medical or mental health concerns whatsoever. And what we'll see is whenever it's a Democratic president, Republicans are urging 25th Amendment, and when it's and it'll just be back and forth. Also, realistically, the mechanics of the 25th Amendment. So there's the 2/3 of both houses of Congress would have to agree that the president is unfit in order to make it stand. There's no way that would ever happen. Republicans have a majority in both houses, and even if they didn't, they're not going to be such a minority that you would get that 2/3 threshold in both houses. So even if this came to pass, that somehow his own loyal cabinet members turned on him, that both houses of Congress would go along with it. So I'm inclined not to support this, but I don't want that to be misconstrued as we support Trump. It's not that at all. It's we don't support the mechanism.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, let me just say something. My concern is that what we do in Brookline has very little impact on anything, right, in this area. But what we are saying is that we want to set a precedent that when we disagree with the president, we use mechanisms like this, like impeachment, et cetera, in order to change the outcome of elections. So like, David said, it's a back and forth world that we are proposing be created. And I think, in addition, and probably more important, it's sort of an impotent complaint about, someone who clearly is, you know, off his rocker. But it sort of sets us up for ridicule. I mean, you know, how's Fox News going to play this? And that's important because it's that type of ridicule of, you know, progressive ideas and approaches that, you know, motivates a lot of people in the middle, right? Not Trump supporters, not Democratic supporters, but just sort of looking around, seeing what, you know, which way the wind's blowing. And, you know, for us to sort of set ourselves up as, you know, this sort of, you know, set itself up to, you know, just be pushing something silly actually supports that tendency within the electorate. I mean, in a small way, but still.
Well, I don't think this is silly.
Well, in terms of whether it's going to go anywhere, it sure is, for all the reasons that people have mentioned.
If I may say, I wish I could recall who it was. There was a man who was standing, I think it may have been outside the White House every day for an hour, holding a sign protesting something. And someone said to him, "You're never going to change them." And he said, "I don't want them to change me." And this may be a step that will go nowhere. It probably will go nowhere. It may not be noted anywhere, but it will be Brookline saying something, assuming that people agree with the view of the sponsors that Mr. Trump is not psychologically competent to remain in office. I don't want to get into political issues over this. And I tried in drafting the article to stay away from political issues. This is a question of, is this man competent to remain in office? As I said, to have the keys to nuclear weapons.
Paul?
Yep. John, first, you know, I have tremendous respect for you. I read all your stuff. And I appreciate your perspective, although I don't always agree with it. Usually I agree with it. You've taught me to write instead of type. So that's a wisdom that you imparted on me a long time ago. But I kind of agree with my colleagues a bit. I think they all make valid points. I think it's the call to action, the mechanism. Everything's good up to the point where you say, let's invoke the 25th. You know, maybe convert that to, you know, town meeting encourages everybody to come out on Saturdays when we hold our rally, right? Make it something that could be a show. I do worry if you just take the collective comments. I don't think this is a silly resolution, but I do think that it may not be getting the intended consequence, you know, the intended result that you're looking for. And I mean, we all know it would never, I mean, Vance isn't going to carry your water for you, so it's not going to happen. But I do think that it could be worded in such a way that's a little more constructive in what Brookline can do to affect change versus this current form. That's my feedback.
I will discuss it with my co-petitioners and see whether they believe we should change it. I would say, Mr. Warren, that the thing that you suggested about encouraging people to go out and demonstrate or something is exactly what I would never put before town meeting, because there are people in this town who support Mr. Trump. I don't expect that. I mean, I don't want their town saying, oh, you know, taking a political position in that way on a national issue.
But that's what you're exactly asking, because this is I mean, I know you're saying it's not political. Come on, John, it's political. This is a political statement. That's what it is. And it's how it's going to be perceived. And look, I'm not dismissing the fact that you have every right to make that political statement. I'm just wondering what is in the best interest of town meeting, of the town, and to have some constructive activity as a result of this versus, you know, the pending ridicule.
I will discuss it with my co-petitioner.
I mean, David, Michael.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge all of the comments that the other select board members have made in terms of the political nature of this, whether or not that is the intent. I agree with you that that will definitely be the impact. The reason that I asked the questions that I did at the beginning about the goal and the impact on the executive branch of the town is because this might actually be a case where the petitioner is asking the legislative body to take a position, and it may be more prudent for the executive branch in our role to simply not make a recommendation and to step aside from the matter. And, we may, as members of town meeting, choose to vote our position, but given that this is not a warrant article that is intended to impact the executive branch, though I take your points, Chair, that there are potential negative repercussions. But in the interests of balancing that issue with the interests of the petitioner to bring forward such a petition through the process we've established, it would seem perfectly reasonable for us to simply not take a position and leave this as a question to the legislative body and not have the executive body weigh in.
I think that's a valid approach for us to take. But, what I was about to say is that, instead of telling a body that's not going to listen to us what they should do, I mean, I thought your resolution was going to say, because of all this, the behaviors, the mental evidence of mental incapacity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, town meeting expresses its concern that Trump is putting America in mortal danger because of that. I mean, that as an alternative to asking, the cabinet and Congress to do something that they're not going to do. And, we kind of look, not silly, but, we look like we're just, spitting into the wind. We're saying this is what we believe, right? And here, because of, all the things you list there. So that's my idea.
I think that's a good idea. Again, I've got several co-petitioners. Let me discuss it with them. And as to what Mr. Rubenstein said, I would have no objection if you want to say, we're not taking a position on this.
But we want to give you our best counsel. Mr.
Yeah.
Margolis.
Exactly.
Did we do a public hearing for the last warrant article?
Yes, we did, but this one still has a public hearing.
Yes.
So, open the public hearing.
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, there were no individuals who signed up in advance to speak on warrant article 19. If there are individuals online who wish to speak at this time, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Yes, Regina Frawley.
Thank you. Regina Frawley, who's been a town resident for over 60 years and who proudly marched in 1969 on the Vietnam War, and Brookline was the first town to do such a thing. You weren't here. You're not even old enough, some of you. You can't imagine the opposition we had, but it was the pebble in the pond. And town by town did the same kinds of things, but we were the leaders who did it, and it encouraged people. It gave them a voice. If it does nothing else, it brings you together as having a common concern. And I think we can stand for that as a community. We did it in Vietnam, and I'm very proud of that. And I think even if I'm not out there marching with John because I'm too old now, I support his right to do it, and I think it should go forward.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals who wish to speak on this warrant article? Okay, there are 3 individuals in the room, 15 online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and we'll take this up at a future meeting, John. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration and your thoughts.
Next, I see Heather Hamilton moving up close to the mic because the next warrant article is warrant article 18, resolution regarding the recording of public meetings, which she has a definite interest in.
Good evening. Gosh, I've forgotten how late these things can go. Okay, first, just want to reintroduce myself. My name is Heather Hamilton. Yes, my hair looks different. Um, I now work at Brookline Interactive Group, which I absolutely love, and I get to use some of the stuff that I worked on, on select board many years ago. But now I get to concentrate on educating and empowering young people to have a voice on social media and on our cable channels. So in doing so, one of my initiatives was to really beef up our civic channel. And I knew that there were no shortage of meetings going on in town. And now, because of Zoom, lots of them are recorded. So I, have gone on the town website and I've been pretty judicious about downloading the meetings. And I just want to say how much I really have uh, been impressed with, especially the work led by Tiffany on the handbook that I believe you guys took up earlier this summer, really giving a lot more guidance to boards and commissions to post their meetings regularly. That being said, I've noticed a couple of things when I've gone on the town website and I've tried to access recorded meetings. The 5 boards and commissions that have been taken up previously. I'm just finding the side conversation a little distracting.
Sorry.
The 5 boards and commissions that we took up as a body in the select board a couple of years ago: Zoning Board of Appeals, Diversity, Transportation Board, Public Health, and HAB, the housing. They're pretty good at putting up their recordings on a regular basis. But I have been really surprised and a little disappointed that a lot of other boards and commissions don't. And because of my work on select board, I happen to know that there are recordings of planning board, of conservation commission, of preservation commission, and I also happen to know who to ask. So when I don't see a recording, I usually find the staff member that was most likely to record that meeting, and I ask for the recording, and usually I get the recording. I think a lot of people, especially staff, record the meeting because it helps them do the meeting minutes. But I'm troubled that those recordings are not making their way onto the civic platform. So this warrant article is really just to hopefully amplify the work that was started with the select board, which has been carried through with Tiffany's work. But there are some boards and commissions that don't fall neatly under the purview of select board. I've never seen a women's commission meeting posted. I haven't really seen Indigenous Peoples Day celebration committee, even though they meet almost exclusively via Zoom. Don't really see those recorded. Don't know whether or not they're recorded, but usually when I ask for the recording, I get the recording. So I think there are recordings, but they're just not being posted. So this article is seeking to do 2 things. And I want to clarify one thing that it's not seeking to do. And that is, I did not say that we are going to record all meetings. I was very specific in not including that. I think that is something for the select board or somebody else to file a warrant article to take up at another time. I personally think that if we have the capability of recording a meeting, it should be recorded. But that's a discussion for another time. This is only aimed at recordings if they exist. They should be made available, and I believe they should be made available within, I wanted to put 48 hours. I was told to do about 4 days. And then I just came from an advisory committee subcommittee meeting, and they really pushed me to change the language to 10 days, which I accepted as a friendly amendment. So that's something that, I didn't intend to do, which is to force all meetings to be recorded. But I really wanted some sort of mechanism to educate all boards and commissions that if a recording exists, they should really try to make it available. And then the other thing, in working with BIG, we we Zoom record a lot. And one of the things that I've learned is the administrative account in Zoom has access to any recording that was saved to the cloud. You can have 7 employees and any one of them can hit record to the cloud for some meeting. Now, I think a lot of people mistakenly think that only that employee has access to that recording. Not so. The administrative Zoom account has access to those meetings. And I would encourage the town IT department to meet with the Zoom government liaison or whoever you guys deal with to try to figure out how to automate this process. Because what I'm finding is this process is predicated on people remembering to upload the Zoom recording onto the website. And that's where the disconnect is happening and is going to continue to happen. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, I apologize for the distraction.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
It happens.
Yeah.
As you know. Any discussion? John?
Great to see you again. And this is one of my favorite topics. And I hope that indeed we achieve what you are expressing, and maybe even more. And I've had conversations with Tiffany in particular on this subject, and I've expressed myself on this subject in the past. There's other systems. I'm not saying we should use a different system, but just to let people know, there are systems, for example, where not only is it just sort of automatic that the video that you was made at the time of the meeting then becomes part of the record of the meeting, but also the agenda becomes part of the record of the meeting, and you can go down the agenda and highlight an item on the agenda, and the video advances to that. That's how far you can go with this, and it's really a huge step forward in making government accessible to everybody all the time. Doesn't matter what board, what commission. And so the goal is absolutely one that I agree with. I haven't had recent conversations with our staff about this. I don't know what they would say in terms of how much we can improve on the select number of boards and commissions that we started out with saying, but you're absolutely right that they are doing a good job. The rest of the boards, committees, and commissions, which is, a couple dozen or 3 dozen at least, it's very spotty. And it's kind of frustrating because it's like, I can always look at the latest meeting of the select board within a day. But I can almost never even find, the meeting from 3 months ago of, some of these boards, committees, and commissions. So whatever happens as a result of this resolution, I hope that we do continue to just, cultivate improvement in the system and make it more widespread among all our boards, committees, and commissions. So I'm glad you're prodding us on this.
David?
So a couple questions. So you mentioned that initially you were advised provide 4 days out of 48 hours and then 10 days. What reasons were you given for these periods of time?
Everybody's always worried about the weekend, usually. So 2 days seemed, too soon, although I would argue it is simply copying and pasting if you're going to continue to rely on people, on the human element, which I strongly, strongly advocate that IT look at a way to automate this. I can use an example from our experience on Big. I know that there are 2 platforms at play, Zoom and Civic Clerk. We had a similar issue at Big with Zoom and Cablecast, which is actually the program that is allowing this to be aired over our airways. The 2 programs are very different. They do not play nice. We had a very ambitious intern use ChatGPT this summer to create a program that allowed the 2 programs to communicate with each other. So I have my own ideas of, if there is no recording uploaded, you could just simply say, don't see a recording, check this other website and redirect people to, something that Zoom just, back ends, has everything listed by date. But 4 days seemed like it's not as problematic. The guidance from the handbook says all other boards and commissions are encouraged to post that week that the meeting takes place. So one could infer that 4 days is in line with that. The advisory committee, subcommittee that I met with earlier this evening, they were, nervous that that's not enough time. Should somebody go on vacation, whatnot? So they wanted me to soften it to 10 days. I'm just hoping that more boards and commissions post their meetings. So,
And also you mentioned that the purpose of this, more broadly speaking, is to have it on a civic channel.
yes,
So is BIG envisioning having all these board meetings televised at some point? Obviously, it doesn't sound like it would be live.
correct. I would make that distinction. So what I do on Mondays is I go to the town website and I look at these Zoom meetings, and I use the program that was developed by our college intern this summer. And he wrote a program using ChatGPT that actually did Python code to tell the computer, go to this website, look for any new Zoom links that have been uploaded, download them, then reformat them because Zoom files are in 25 frames per second, and Cablecast will only upload things that are set to 30 frames per second. That was the disconnect between our two programs. So it reformats it, saves it, and then uploads it to our old other software that we use to upload everything. So I am doing my best to try to, make these Zoom recordings available on TV so that you can literally just turn on your local civic channel and watch economic development. You can watch zero emissions. You can watch BCAN. Anything that's been uploaded, I download and I run on our channel.
Yeah, Paul?
Yep. Heather, as you know, the best warrant articles are the most simple.
Thank
And
you.
this is a very simple warrant article, and I fully support it. I watch most of the meetings at 3 in the morning when I can't sleep, or, when I have a moment of time. I very rarely am able to attend meetings publicly, but I'm always very interested in the content. And like you, often I'm reaching out to the staff person that I know has the recording and asking for it, even when they've already published it, because I can't find them. But ultimately, and I think this may resonate with Mike. Mike's also a technology person. This is really a technology workflow issue. I mean, it shouldn't take 4 days. It should take 4 minutes, right? I mean, once the trigger happens that the meeting's done, we need your intern to help us write some code that could go grab it and post it to the right location based on a descriptor or whatever. But yeah, I think this is something that we should do, and we just need the vision and impetus to do it. So thank you for filing the article.
Thank
Okay, Michael?
Sure.
You're holding up our hearing.
Yeah, yes. So thank you. And I would agree with Paul. I firmly believe that there are technical solutions to be applied to this problem, as your intern did, and I am fully confident that ChatGPT or other large language model AI can produce such programs. It's the challenge is more in defining the workflow, and I look forward to supporting this article and working with Tiffany and the rest of the staff to make sure that those workflows are well defined and accelerating this process.
Great. Okay, this is a public hearing. Tiffany, could you open up the public hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, there are no individuals that signed up in advance. If anyone is online and wishes to speak on warrant article 18, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Okay, there are 2 individuals in the room, 15 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Let's close the hearing then. What would the board like to do? This is one of those non-controversial articles.
Vote it tonight if you want.
Yeah.
Well, if I may
Like-
make a suggestion, you don't have the latest language.
Oh,
So I'm happy to send that to you so that you guys can take a look at it and vote at a later date. I will say the only substantive change that was made, most of it was wordsmithing in the whereas clauses, but the most substantive change was going from 4 days to 10.
okay. We'll wait. Thank you.
Could I actually make a suggestion on that, Heather?
Sure.
Could we say up to 10 days?
Yeah, it says when, I forget,
No more than
as
10?
soon as practicable,
Okay.
but no later than 10 days or
So
something
we,
like
we
that.
could do it in 40 seconds and then
Yeah.
up to
Yeah.
10 days.
Right.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Chaz, talk to us about warrant articles 11 and 12, because I understand that there are some developments with respect to them.
Yes, and I'll let the petitioner for warrant article 12 speak as, Ms. Murphy, if she sees fit. My understanding is that the two articles basically try and do similar things, and we have no objection to the language for both of them being there, and I just don't know what the procedural mechanism is for making that work. But my understanding is that that when the advisory committee or subcommittee asked about it, that one was accepted as a friendly amendment of the other. But I don't know necessarily know. So I may not have the latest information. But whatever it is, we're happy to move forward either way.
If I may,
What do you-
Jocelyn Murphy, town meeting member, precinct 16. I'm operating 7 hours ahead, so I'm just back from traveling, so I'll do my best. But no, what happened, I was away and I received an email from the chair of the land use subcommittee, which is taking up these articles. And it was Carol Levin who apparently had suggested incorporating the language of Article 12 into Article 11 in proceeding, but I pointed out that, of course, that would require the authority of the petitioner of Article 12, and I needed some time to think about that.
Oh, sorry.
So that has not been agreed to.
Okay,
I actually have a different proposal that I'm happy to run through when it's my opportunity to talk about Article 12. Thank you.
I think
Why
perhaps.
why don't you take that opportunity now?
Certainly.
'Cause we're-
Article 11
we're trying to
precedes
deal with
Article
them
12.
together.
Yes, of course. And they largely try to accomplish the same thing, although 11 is more limited, of course,
Yeah.
than Article 12.
Are we able to have a hearing for both of the articles again? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I assume that would be the case, that you
Yeah,
would hear them together. So if you'd like me to proceed with 12, I'd be happy to do that.
Yes.
So recently I was informed after 27 years of service as a Walnut Hills Cemetery trustee and 3 years of service on the advisory committee that I'm no longer eligible to serve on both bodies based upon a provision in the town's bylaws as it has been interpreted by town council. Without addressing the merits of that interpretation, I ask that you consider the advantages of appointing members of the advisory committee who are typically conversant in municipal finance to other town committees. For example, in my own case as a cemetery trustee, I advocated against unnecessary expansion of the cemetery, preventing a large swath of carbon capturing trees from being cut down and saving the town nearly $500,000 in related expenses. I also recommended against the proposed expenditure of cemetery fees to support a part-time administrative assistant, because under state law, these funds may only be used for the expansion or embellishment of the cemetery. Of course, this was only a recommendation because it is the Commissioner of Public Works and not the cemetery trustees who controls the expenditure of cemetery funds. This evening, you'll be appointing the chair of the Park and Recreation Commission to the naming committee. Is there a conflict in that role when park and recreation facilities are being named? You will be appointing a member of the school committee to the Revenues and Expenditures Study Committee. Does that pose a conflict? Should a member of the advisory committee be denied his seat on the standing taxation aid committee? Should the chair of the advisory committee be excluded from serving on the standing town school partnership committee because there is a danger that he will steer funds toward a personal interest? Of course not. In each of these cases, including my colleagues and my own, our conduct as members of these bodies is strictly governed by the conflict of interest law. As former town council, I also believe it is a mistake to carve out a single exception in a bylaw especially where the impact of this interpretation is unknown and is likely to impact future interpretation of the bylaw. How many other bodies will it impact? Will it unnecessarily prevent otherwise qualified individuals from serving on public bodies where they have particular expertise? And finally, despite this interpretation and an earlier opinion regarding the service of abutters, I have continued to serve in good standing as an active participating cemetery trustee since this decision was made without incident. For these reasons, it is my suggestion, and I will likely move, that Articles 11 and 12 be referred to a select board or moderators committee for further consideration and study, and that in the interim, members of the committees impacted by this decision, whomever they may be authorized to continue to serve in their dual capacities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chad, what do you think of that?
I have no obviously this is the first time hearing of this, but I have no objection to referring the matters. And, you know, as was said, you know, there were, I believe, 3 different individuals serving on different committees. In one case, there was a shift of the responsibilities of that committee on which an advisory committee member served that put public funds out of the responsibility of that individual. So that conflict was removed, the potential conflict was removed. That leaves just 2 members who are currently serving without or, you know, who are currently serving in those positions where town council has opined that there's a potential the conflict with the current bylaw. With that said, we have no capacity to remove members for that. There's no provision for removal of a member. It's just a matter of appointment, reappointment, and so forth. So I don't think there's any issue necessarily with referring this matter and for people to continue serving for as long as as long as they're on the board. So again, no procedural objection on my end.
The question is where to refer it to. You said moderators committee.
Well,
board.
I'm suggesting likely a select boards committee, since you are the appointing authority for all committees and commissions other than the advisory committee. It seemed to make sense.
Okay, well,
I just have a question about the original intent of the original bylaw that we're trying to change or enforce or whatever the case may be. When do we know the history of this? When it was put in place, why it was put in place, what the intent was?
I don't know the history of this particular one. I don't know if Ms. Murphy does. I would say that I serve on the MMA committee on forms of government. And recently community reached out to that committee asking some questions about this particular issue, whether or not members of finance committees could serve on any other committee.
Yeah.
And the trend that they identified was actually that if you're on the equivalent of the advisory committee in other communities, you can't serve on any committees, whether or not you have money. But I would say that I think, to Ms. Murphy's point, Brookline's law is more nuanced in the sense that it tries to address that problem in a more targeted way.
So I've raised this, I think when we originally talked about maybe putting an article on, I thought we didn't even need to do anything. But my concern about this is that the advisory committee is the appropriating committee, right? They recommend the budget to town meeting. So they're appropriating the money. And then members of the appropriating body are then on committees that are spending the money. That to me is a conflict. That's not a separation of duties. So I firmly believe that we should have that separation. Now, doesn't cause you a problem because you are a person of integrity, but when you, from a perception standpoint, the person who's helping to appropriate the money, which is the recommendation to town meeting, is also serving on a committee to spend the money. That's where I have an issue. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it. I'm interpreting it the wrong way, but that's where I have a problem.
Well,
And that may have been the original intent of what the bylaw was for.
Yeah, I mean, if I could respond to that, I suspect that the language in the bylaws is somewhat antiquated. I did look at other communities. Some communities have this provision, some don't. I don't know where it falls. The conflict of interest law, I believe, was enacted in the mid-60s. I don't know. I was unable to determine when the language in the bylaw was enacted or when the bylaw was amended. but clearly it's intended to prevent conflicts of interest. And the conflict, as I said earlier, the conflict of interest law governs all of us on boards and committees.
Well,
So
I had a different
and if I could
interpretation.
continue, the advisory committee does not appropriate money.
It recommends the
A
appropriation.
recommendation. And similarly, but I'll speak for the trustees, we have no control over the expenditure of money, which is the actual language in the bylaw. We're an advisory body, and we are empowered to supervise the expenditure of cemetery fees, which are voluntary fees paid
Yeah.
by individuals for the right of interment. They're not taxpayer dollars. It's not an appropriation. It is a fund that is paid into the cemetery solely for the purpose of interment. And then those funds by statute can only be used for the embellishment or enlargement of the cemetery. So there's no danger of a conflict. So I guess my issue with this interpretation is that it's contextually, it just doesn't fit within the intent of the language of the bylaw.
Well, and maybe your fix is what clarifies it by saying no direct, right?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think a fix is necessary. There's another provision in the bylaws that says that the words in the bylaws shall be construed in their as they're commonly understood. And so
Yeah.
what I simply did was insert the dictionary definition of standing committee and of control of the expenditure.
Yeah.
That's all I did.
Yeah.
But frankly, I think this requires more study, because it's my understanding that Mr. Gordon is a member of the Taxation Aid Committee. Technically, town council's opinion would apply to him. Presumably would also apply to the chair of the advisory committee who serves on the town school partnership. Because if you go by the technical language of town council's opinion, they have some control over the expenditure of money.
Mhm.
So I just think there needs to be more evaluation and
Yeah.
study. There could be other committees with respect to Article 11, it carves out a single exception that causes a problem in the future, because people, when we're long gone, people will say, well, why did town meeting carve out a single exception? That means that they must have meant it didn't apply to this committee or that committee. And that's sort of boxing the town in. So that's largely the purpose for my recommendation for a study committee.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so why don't we open the public hearing and go from there?
Now that the chair has opened the public hearing, if there are no individuals who signed up in advance for this public hearing. Sorry, just to be clear, are we doing 11 and 12 right now, or just 12?
Sorry, yeah, 11 and
Okay,
12.
so this public hearing is on warrant article 11 and 12. So if you wish to speak on either warrant article, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time, or please make your presence in the room known. Okay, there's one individual in the room and 15 online, and it looks like no one is indicating their desire to speak on either of these warrant articles.
Okay, let's close the hearing then. What do we do? What do we do next? You're proposing that this be referred to, I guess, the select board committee.
Both articles.
Pardon me?
Both articles to a select board.
Right, right.
Just clarify that,
Or to the
Chair.
select-
Pardon?
It's something I'm thinking about. This will be taken up jointly by the CTO&S and by the
That's right.
Land Use Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee on Monday. So my thought was, well, I've been away for 10 days. This relatively recently came to me, so I'll likely be making that motion on Monday night. But I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, or a good idea. Great idea, I'm sorry. I guess what I'm looking for is, what do we do now? And we can't vote on it. So we just put it on the agenda for the next meeting. So
It would be really helpful, Bernard, if someone could do the research to find out what was the
Yeah.
source of this and what was its intent?
I know that's actually one of the things that CTOS does very well. And so we can work with them on that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry,
I,
Michael.
I just want to clarify, since you're here. So it's your belief that the language of the statute of the bylaw as written actually doesn't require either of these changes. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is my contention.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Getting close to the end, boys and girls. We have three boards and commissions appointments. First, Clara Batchelder to the Naming Committee as the Park and Recreation Commission representative. Any questions or comments about that appointment? If not, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, question of updating the membership of the Revenues and Expenditure Study Committee by appointing Mariah Nobrega as a school committee representative in lieu of or replacing Sarah Makata. Any comments or questions about that?
And is there still an alternate? Is it Jesse?
Jesse
Yeah,
remains
Jesse.
the alternate.
Yeah.
And we
Okay.
want to
Okay, so she,
welcome Mariah and thank Sarah for her service. She did a lot of work on this committee through the summer and spring. So
Okay, seeing no one having questions or comments, I move approval of replacing Sarah Maktada with Mariah Nobrega on the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee. All in favor, John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, question of appointing Melissa Mukin to the Brookline Commission for Women. You may recall that Melissa was interviewed on September 16, and it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Tiffany, that she has been in communication with the chair of the Commission for Women, Eileen Lee, and the chair supports her appointment. Okay, so,
That's correct. That's my understanding as well.
okay.
Mm.
That's all I need to know. Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor, John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And that is the end of our agenda. Wait, let's see if anyone wants to speak at the end of our meeting. Is anyone online raising their hand? No?
Nope.
Okay, then the meeting is over. Thank you.
And the Red Sox